Chapter 778. Chaos Scripture 2 days later, Sin stepped into the world gate to pursue the primordial emperor domain. This matter did not cause much of a stir in the Taoist field of the beginningless. Guan could have sent Sin to the primordial emperor domain with a wave of his sleeve, but he did not do so and instead let Sin find it himself. Sin was full of anticipation for this. He had originally wanted to invite the Blood Prison Great Saint to join him, but unfortunately, the Blood Prison Great Saint adamantly refused. Sin's departure did not affect Guan's life. He continued writing the Taoist book about the Dark God. Over millions of years, he did not write in one go. He wrote when he felt like it, and when he didn't feel like writing, he took breaks, traveled the human world, and cultivated his temperament. He originally intended to only write about the Dark God, but as he wrote, he included the mythological stories of the Dark Heavenly Court from the Dark God's memories, making the work increasingly voluminous. He was already looking forward to spreading these Taoist books throughout the human world. His casual gifts could greatly change the structure of the world. In fact, many of the top great cultivators in the human world had received his guidance and inheritance. Some of these great cultivators were aware of this and were filled with gratitude, while others had not yet realized this, attributing all their achievements to their own talent and destiny. Time continued to pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 million years had passed. 2 million years were enough to change the world, but for the struggle for the Son of Heaven in the 3,000 great worlds, it was not a long time. The struggle for the Son of Heaven continued, and it was still unclear who had the hope of winning. In such a war situation, countless living beings perished. On the summit of Human World Peak, the heaven-defining peak, Guan was reminiscing with his old friend Wuxia. Back then, when Guan first ventured into outer heaven, he met Wuxia, who, like Xianxia of the Misty Immortal Court, was very enthusiastic and even invited him to join Human World Peak. Before becoming invincible in the celestial spirit great world, Human World Peak had given Guan much help. Being nostalgic, he never severed ties with Human World Peak. Human World Peak did not know that he was the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, which made his stay very pleasant. For the past hundreds of thousands of years, Wuxia had roamed outer heaven and gained much. Now, he was already a divine thought, true immortal, capable of protecting himself in the outer void. As a living being from before the world was reshaped, his talent couldn't compare to today's geniuses, but he still grasped the world's opportunities, advancing rapidly in cultivation. Before the world was reshaped with his talent, reaching the level of a divine thought, true immortal, would have taken much more than millions of years. That senior told me that other great thousand worlds are in unprecedented turmoil, with battles everywhere. Even beings beyond free immortals are like cannon fodder in such wars. Wuxia sighed. Having learned about the struggle for the Son of Heaven from a cultivator he befriended in the outer void, who had escaped from another great thousand world. Of course, he hadn't yet encountered the struggle for the Son of Heaven himself. He had only heard about the chaos it caused. Guan listened intently, feigning curiosity. Wuxia, coming back to his senses, looked at Guan curiously and asked, "Fellow Taoist Meng, even though we've known each other for over 10 million years, I still don't know your true cultivation level and origin. Could you be from another great thousand world, having long foreseen today's catastrophe, and thus stayed in this human world?" Though they hadn't been very familiar, Wuxia trusted Guan because Guan had been very responsible for heaven-defining peak, helping it rise to prominence, earning a great reputation. Guan shook his head and laughed. "I'm not as formidable as you think. My cultivation is just one great realm higher than yours. I have no enemies and nothing to avoid. It's just my nature. I'm not fond of conflict, and life at Human World Peak is pleasant to me." "Is that so?" Wuxia was half believing, half doubting. Guan took out a blue-covered book from his sleeve and said, "I obtained this book during my travels overseas. It was given to me by a cultivator who called himself the Immortal Seeker Taoist. He said I would meet someone who was destined for this book. I've studied it for a long time and haven't found any clues. Why don't you take it and try?" Bai Zia accepted the book, looked at the cover, and read aloud, "Chaos Scripture?" Just the name sounded extraordinary. He immediately opened it to look inside and quickly frowned. He looked up at Guin and asked, "Why does this seem like a story rather than a cultivation technique or divine skill?" "Indeed, I found it puzzling as well. Anyway, I've remembered the stories inside, so we'll give you this book. If you also can't make sense of it, you can pass it on to someone else in the future." Guin replied. The Chaos Scripture was the Taoist book Gu and had written based on the experiences of the Dark God. Although it seemed to be mere stories, it contained the Dark God's insights and Tao intent at various stages. In other words, the Chaos Scripture was equivalent to the lifetime insights of a Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal. Such an opportunity was difficult to come by, even for a celestial god. There were over 10,000 volumes of the Chaos Scripture, most of which had already been distributed by Gu in the human world. These Chaos Scriptures had already changed the future of the celestial spirit great world, leading to the birth of many beings who would surpass the heaven-encompassing free immortal and help the celestial spirit great world to reach the top level of great thousand worlds, comparable to the Tai Wei great world and the Tai Ching great world. Guin wasn't looking for anything in return. He just found it interesting and did what he wanted to do. When he met Bai Zia by chance, he handed him one of the volumes. Whether Bai Zia could grasp it depended on his own destiny. If he passed the Chaos Scripture on to someone else, it would mean that he wasn't destined for the opportunity. After flipping through a few pages, Bai Zia put the Chaos Scripture into his storage pouch, looked at Guin, and smiled. "Anyway, thank you for your gift. I will study it seriously when I return." He didn't think Guin had been fooled by the immortal seeker Taoist, as Guin was a free immortal. Guin smiled and nodded. The two chatted for another hour before Bai Zia took his leave. Shortly after he left, Zhu Xinglan, the first disciple of heaven-defining peak, came into Gu An's courtyard. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance had invited Human World Peak to be guests and attend a Grand Tao lecture assembly covering the celestial spirit great world, with dozens of profound yuan-free immortals invited. It was said that even heaven-encompassing free immortals would appear. After receiving the invitation, Taoist monarch Yongnian, the master of Human World Peak, invited the masters of various peaks to join him. Guin had no interest in this and asked Zhu Xinglan to go in his place. Search * the novel F. Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhu Xinglan wasn't surprised. Guin had refused many such opportunities, silently wondering if his master even took heaven-encompassing free immortals seriously. Having been together for so many years, Zhu Xinglan always felt that his master had an extraordinary origin. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Taoist monarch Yongnian thought the same, which was why they tried hard to win Guin over, afraid he might leave. But they never connected Gu into the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, as everyone knew the supporting Tao Sword Venerable was in seclusion at the Taoist field of the beginningless. Little did they know, they had once suspected this, but Guin had erased their thoughts through invisible means, and they hadn't even noticed. After Zhu Xinglan left, Guin did not leave heaven-defining peak and began to gaze at the celestial vault. "Son of Heaven, I hope you have some sense." Guin thought silently, seeing a son of heaven heading towards the celestial spirit great world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779. Xinyuan Human Venerable. Merciful, hanging old immortal in the dim turbulence of the great Tao, a majestic fire phoenix was flapping its wings forward, and atop the phoenix's head stood two figures. One of them was Emperor Xinyuan Human Venerable. He wore a golden robe, emblazoned with a divine beast similar to a qilin, and a curtain pearl golden crown on his head, appearing like an emperor. Yet, with the fluttering of his robe, the air of transcendence and immortality was undeniable. His features were both handsome and elegant, and his brows exuded an aura of unrivaled arrogance. his posture equally imposing. Beside Xianyuan, human venerable, stood an aged immortal in a white robe, his back hunched, holding a peachwood staff with a peach blossom hanging from its top, emanating an aura of immortality and wisdom. Stroking his beard with narrowed eyes, he stared ahead. This was Immortal Elder Xian, an immortal monarch who served Xianyuan, human venerable, his cultivation level being that of a Miaozhen Daluo, immortal. Your Highness, our journey to the celestial spirit great world may encounter unexpected changes. Immortal Elder Xian spoke with a tone of concern. Xianyuan, human venerable, gazed ahead and said, "My struggle with the great immortal divine Yuan has reached a stalemate. If I do not seek new strength, I shall only become more passive." Hearing this, Immortal Elder Xian sighed deeply. Search asterisk the novel Fire. NE asterisk T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The battle had reached this point, and his unease grew stronger. At this critical juncture, there was the threat of Chaos Power's attack, which was truly unfavorable. Meanwhile, the clash between Xianyuan, human venerable, and the great immortal divine Yuan could not be halted. Both sides were in a dilemma. I divined the celestial spirit, but the destiny I calculated was ordinary. Yet comparing it with the past, it appears unusual. Most importantly, many immortal gods have gathered there. Even Tai, immortal monarch, is present. Immortal Elder Xian continued. Upon mentioning Tai, immortal monarch, his eyes revealed coldness. They were both immortal monarchs, and the relationships between immortal monarchs were intricate. After all, everyone aimed to ascend, inevitably obstructing each other's path. Tai, immortal monarch, huh? I heard he has been seeking Emperor Xianxia. If he remains in the celestial spirit great world, might Emperor Xianxia be hiding there? Xianyuan, human venerable, raised an eyebrow and asked. Mentioning Emperor Xianxia, his tone bore no change, as if referring to an insignificant person. Immortal Elder Xian replied, Emperor Xianxia has already appeared in the misty immortal court, which is operating to aid his return to the celestial court. Perhaps all this is Father Emperor's plan. Xianyuan, human venerable, snorted coldly, revealing a hint of jealousy in his tone. Immortal Elder Xin shook his head with a wry smile, refraining from further comments, for he did not dare to continue this topic. All right, since we're here, let's head to the celestial spirit great world. Regardless, gaining the power of another great thousand world is always beneficial. Xianyuan, human venerable, stated solemnly, leaving Immortal Elder Xian with no choice but to nod, though his gaze grew more uneasy as he looked ahead. He had a lingering feeling that their journey to the celestial spirit great world would bring trouble. However, they were immortal gods. They would not perish, at most be sealed. Xianyuan, human venerable, being the son of heaven, if sealed, the celestial court would quickly sense it. Following Xianyuan, human venerable, he would not die, only endure suffering. The two immortals fell silent, and the fire phoenix beneath their feet began to accelerate. They traversed the turbulence of the great Tao, entering a realm of darkness. Deep within the darkness was a bright star, the only light guiding the fire phoenix forward. Before the world gate, the celestial spirit god, who was meditating and cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, gazing at the world gate with tightly furrowed brows. He sensed an overwhelming celestial Tao destiny approaching, more intense than that of the eternal life venerable, causing him to feel secretly alarmed. The eternal life venerable is a supreme immortal. This meant the approaching being's immortal position was at least supreme immortal. His unease grew. The only entities capable of attracting a supreme immortal to the celestial spirit great world, besides Guin, were Tian Hao, who, though departed, was born in this great thousand world, with causes and effects that could not be erased. As he hesitated, a group of cultivators flew from the void behind him, numbering over 10, led by a man in a black robe. Chun Chuan was among them. his gaze fixed on the world gate. The group swiftly landed behind the celestial spirit god, respectfully bowing to him. Master, after careful consideration, we still believe that exploring other great thousand worlds through the world gate will better aid the development of the celestial spirit great world. If you have concerns, you may express them, and we can deliberate further. The black-robed man spoke. His name was Taiji Yuan, the Grand Hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, a heaven-encompassing free immortal. He was not a native of the celestial spirit great world. He hailed from another great thousand world. Taiji Yuan had become the Grand Hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, not solely due to his cultivation. During the years when the Dark Divine sect ravaged, he saved countless beings and was even gravely injured by a dark heavenly god. His deeds had spread widely, making him a mythological war god in the human world. Behind him, the dozen cultivators were all hierarchs of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, as was Chun Chuan, and now the Sword Sect had merged with the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The Celestial Spirit God did not respond to Taiji Yuan, nor did he turn around, leaving the hierarchs of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance puzzled and increasingly anxious. As Taiji Yuan was about to speak, the world gate suddenly emitted a dazzling light, startling them into widening their eyes and turning their heads. Before they could react, a vast pressure radiated from within the world gate, instinctively instilling reverence in Taiji Yuan and the others, causing them to kneel involuntarily, including Chun Chuan. Chun Chuan, upon kneeling, suddenly awakened. He attempted to rise, but was shocked to find himself paralyzed. How could this be? It was Chun Chuan's first time experiencing such suppression. The pressure did not induce fear, but rather an inherent sense of reverence and longing. Not just him, the others felt similarly. The celestial spirit god followed suit, half kneeling, with hands clasped in respect towards the world gate. A screech sounded from within the world gate, followed by a surge of fiery flames, immersing Taiji Yuan and the others in an inferno, rendering them unable to escape, only to watch anxiously. Amid the raging flames, two figures emerged from the radiant celestial Tao light, precisely Xianxia, human venerable, and immortal elder Xianxia. Seeing the two immortal gods, Taiji Yuan, Chun Chuan, and the others lower their heads, unable to gaze upon the true forms of the immortal gods. At this moment, even their divine senses could not extend outward, filling them with awe from the depths of their souls. Who were these two? How could they evoke such an inconceivable response? Could it be they were also immortal gods? The voice of the celestial spirit god followed. Celestial spirit god greets your highness and immortal monarch. May I ask the reason for your highness' visit? Your highness? If the Son of Heaven addressed him as your highness, he was surely an immortal, with a status far superior to that of celestial god. Chun Chuan pondered deep within, feeling uneasy. He wondered if the arrival of this immortal god would bring trouble to the celestial spirit great world. Celestial spirit god, right? I heard Ziwei immortal mention you. Xianxia, human venerable's voice echoed, indifferent in tone. The celestial spirit god remained silent. Xianxia, human venerable, continued. I have come to the celestial spirit great world merely to observe. No need to overthink or follow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780. Immortal Monarch Ambition. Hearing the words of Xianxia, human venerable, the celestial spirit god felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He could confirm that Xianxia, human venerable, had come for Guan. Although he had been serving Guan, he did not know much about him. So powerful, yet not belonging to the celestial court. It was hard for the celestial spirit god to dismiss the possibility that Guan had a grudge against the celestial court. The Son of Heaven was different from other immortal gods. If the Son of Heaven was suppressed, it would be absolutely impossible for the celestial court to remain unaware for millions of years, like with Tai, immortal monarch, and the 72 immortals of Jindong. This is big trouble. The celestial spirit god's mind was in turmoil, but Xianyuan, human venerable, said no more, brushing past him. The celestial spirit god raised his head, his gaze meeting that of the old immortal Sichuan. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his head. The old immortal Sichuan cast a meaningful glance at the celestial spirit god, then silently followed Xianyuan, human venerable. Taiji Yuan, Chun Chuan, and the others still could not raise their heads. When Xianyuan, human venerable, and the old immortal Sichuan passed by, their chi blood almost solidified, and even their souls trembled. At that moment, they felt an extreme agony, with every breath seeming as long as the 4 seasons. Only when the auras of Xianyuan, human venerable, and the old immortal Sichuan completely vanished did Taiji Yuan and the others feel relieved. They stood up, turned around, but could no longer see the figures of Xianyuan, human venerable, and the old immortal Sichuan. Taiji Yuan looked at the celestial spirit god, who had his back to them, and asked, "Celestial god, who were those two just now?" The celestial spirit god turned around, looking at them expressionlessly, and said, "Do not inquire. This is a great cause and effect that you cannot entangle yourselves with. As for your request, I approve, but the quota is limited. Only 100 places every century. Handle it yourselves." Hearing this, Taiji Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately bowed to the celestial spirit god and then took his leave. Chun Chuan and the others followed suit, quickly catching up with Taiji Yuan. The celestial spirit god stood still, watching them leave. At this moment, his heart was in great torment. He wanted to go and inform, but he knew that if he dared to leave the world gate, Xianyuan, human venerable, and the old immortal Sichuan would surely notice. However, on second thought, with Gu An's cultivation level, he would surely be aware of the arrival of these 2 immortal gods. His gaze fell upon the celestial spirit great world, which appeared so peaceful. The cause and effect and destiny of heaven and earth showed no changes. Everything seemed so eerie. Sorry, the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The celestial spirit god sighed and then sat down to meditate. Meanwhile, in a group of pavilions among the mountains of the human world, Tai, immortal monarch, appeared out of thin air. The purple dragon star monarch followed, appearing by his side. This aura cannot be mistaken. The Son of Heaven has arrived. The purple dragon star monarch said solemnly, his face grim. Tai, immortal monarch's eyes flickered, but remained silent. The purple dragon star monarch looked at him and asked, "Don't we need to go see him? Not seeing the Son of Heaven will surely bring great trouble." Tai, immortal monarch, replied, "We can't go. Whether he's asking about the Emperor Xianxia or our Lord, it's not good to answer. He probably isn't here for us. Let's wait and see." He thought of Guan, and his heart immediately settled down. Intuition told him that Gu An's cultivation level and origins were unfathomable. Even if he did not belong to the celestial court, he definitely had enormous influence there. Otherwise, how could he dare to accept the Emperor Xianxia as a disciple? With Gu An's cultivation level, it was impossible not to see through the cause and effect of the Son of Heaven. After seeing through it, he still dared to take the Son of Heaven as a disciple. There was certainly more to it. Tai, immortal monarch, was very ambitious and bold. He thought of many possibilities and decided to take a gamble. After the Dark God was destroyed, he was even more convinced of this. He thought Xianyuan, human venerable, would suffer a great loss on this trip. That's why he dared not to meet Xianyuan, human venerable. Of course, on this matter, he would not explain thoroughly to the purple dragon star monarch. Although the 72 immortals of Jindong were under his command, he still retained his own hard eye. At the very least, ambition should not be displayed. Although the purple dragon star monarch had concerns, he had been following Tai, immortal monarch, for many years and had developed a habit of trust. He nodded and then turned to leave. Tai, immortal monarch, looked up at the celestial vault. He had a premonition that this contest for the Son of Heaven would be different from the past, more interesting, more dangerous, and also more opportunistic. In the next few days, the celestial spirit great world remained peaceful. The arrival of Xianxia, human venerable, and the old immortal Sichuan did not stir up any waves. They first traveled in the human world, then flew to the nine-spirit continent. The nine-spirit continent had become a dojo, unable to be deduced, unable to be perceived, but because of the legends, the direction was known to the world. It was not difficult for the two immortal gods to find the nine-spirit continent. This day at noon. Over the ocean, Xianxia, human venerable, and the old immortal Sichuan traveled on clouds. They had changed their robes, but still could not conceal their immortal aura. A bright red bird was perched on Xianxia, human venerable's shoulder, nodding its head. This continent is indeed strange. The old immortal Sichuan lamented. Even though he could see the spirit mist shrouding the nine-spirit continent, he still could not peer into the situation within. The existence that opened this dojo had a cultivation level far higher than his. Xianxia, human venerable, remained expressionless, saying nothing. The two immortals quickly flew into the spirit mist, entering the nine-spirit continent. Passing through the rolling mist, a surge of majestic and fresh spiritual energy greeted them, causing Xianxia, human venerable, to lose his composure, and the old immortal Sichuan's face changed drastically. Such robust Dao intent, the other party is at least a Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal, perhaps even beyond Daoyuo immortal. The old immortal Sichuan immediately made a judgment. Although his cultivation level was merely Miao Zhen Daoyuo immortal, he had lived long, and with his status as an immortal god, he had even dealt with some Dao extreme Daoyuo immortals who did not belong to the celestial court. He had some understanding of Xin, Qi primordial immortals. Xianxia, human venerable, smiled and said, "This trip was not in vain. Do not lose decorum from now on." Hearing this, the old immortal Sichuan also smiled. He was afraid that Xianxia, human venerable, would clash directly with the other party. Since Xianxia, human venerable, came seeking more assistance, it would be best not to create conflict. Even if the discussions failed, they should not become enemies. Suddenly, a figure flew toward them. It was an Xin. Seeing an Xin, both Xianxia, human venerable, and the old immortal Sichuan were surprised. This woman's cultivation level was very low, yet she could detect them immediately. What did this imply? It implied that an Xin had come in advance. It also implied that an Xin had a very close relationship with the master of the dojo. "I am an Xin, the chief disciple of Wuxia. My master sent me to invite the Son of Heaven and the immortal monarch to be our guests." An Xin arrived in front of the two immortals, raising her hand to salute them, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. She seemed very calm, but inside she was filled with curiosity. The Son of Heaven, the protagonist of the chaos in the 3,000 great world, had actually come to Wuxia. Whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. However, even if the visitor had ill intentions, she believed that her master could handle it. She even somewhat looked forward to seeing the Son of Heaven suffer in front of her master. The old immortal Sichuan smiled and said, "Then please lead the way." An Xin nodded, then turned to fly toward the horizon. Xianxia, human venerable, and the old immortal Sichuan followed closely behind, beginning to observe the state of the continent. Soon, they were surprised once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781. Creation Green, Lotus Xuanyin, human venerable, and elder Sai, Xin immortal, discovered that the nine-spirit continent had its own order, not entirely under the control of ancestor Master Wuxia. Every living being here could cultivate and had the freedom to go out and train. The mystery contained within the myriad world gate was such that even they, as immortal gods, couldn't see through it. They were puzzled, unable to understand the intentions behind Ancestor Master Wuxia establishing this dojo. If it was to train a force, why allow people to leave? If it was for merit, why wasn't destiny forming? If it was for seclusion, why take in so many living beings? They were both amazed by the creation of Wuxia Dojo and curious about Ancestor Master Wuxi's purposes, which made them look forward even more to the upcoming meeting. And Xian didn't fly very fast, seemingly to intentionally leave them time to observe the 9-spirit continent. It took the time of 1 stick of incense before they actually entered Wuxia. After arriving in Wuxia, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Ci, Xian Immortal felt that the Tao intent here was richer than outside. They sensed the destiny of the Taoist Emperor and also felt the newly arisen primordial Tao Emperor fortune on the path of the Great Tao. Under Nzin's guidance, they flew to a halfway point on the mountain, where a small pavilion was perched on a cliff. Inside the pavilion sat a man in white with his back to them. It was Guan. Seeing Guan from a distance, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Ci, Xian Immortal both were secretly startled. They couldn't capture Guan with their divine sense. Only when Guan came into their direct line of sight could they see him. This indicated the vast difference in their cultivation levels. And Xian stopped, gestured for them to enter the pavilion, then turned around and left. Xianyuan Human Venerable and Elder Ci, Xian Immortal, did not hesitate and swiftly entered the pavilion. I am a celestial immortal monarch, Elder Ci, Xian Immortal, and this is the Son of Heaven, Xianyuan Human Venerable. Today we come to pay our respects to Ancestor Master Wuxia. I hope we are not disturbing the Master. Elder Ci, Xian Immortal, raised his hand in salute, smiling kindly, giving off a very amiable impression. Guan turned his head to look at them, smiled and nodded, gesturing for them to sit down. Seeing Guan's youthful and handsome appearance, the 2 immortal gods were not surprised. In the celestial court, some immortals maintain their youthful looks, some even in the form of children. However, many more feel that an aged appearance better reflects the air of accumulated time. Seeing Guan's expression and demeanor, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least from the first impression, Guan was not a difficult person to deal with. After they sat down, Guan picked up the wine pot, intending to pour wine for them, but Elder Ci, Xian Immortal, hurriedly took it, saying he would do it. Guan smiled and didn't refuse. While immortal gods are arrogant, much depends on whom they face. The experiences along the way were enough to keep the 2 immortal gods from wielding airs in front of him. Seizing the moment while Elder Ci, Xian Immortal, was pouring wine, Xianyuan Human Venerable spoke. Our visit is to form an alliance with the Master and to understand the Master's view on the Son of Heaven competition. He was direct, and after speaking, he fixed his gaze on Guan and smiled and said, "The Son of Heaven competition has nothing to do with me. I do not wish to interfere. I only want to stay in this great 1,000 world peacefully and seek enlightenment, and I hope this cause and effect does not drag this world into it." Hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable frowned. Elder Ci, Xian Immortal, put down the wine pot and followed with, "Master, this Son of Heaven competition is different from previous contests involving a great creation. The victor will gain the creation Green Lotus, and if our Lord wins, he is willing to share it with his followers." Creation Green Lotus. Although Guan had never heard of it, the name immediately made him glimpse numerous causes and effects. The creation Green Lotus is a great creation from chaos, containing unimaginable power. Obtaining the creation Green Lotus offers a chance for transcendence, and observing the creation Green Lotus also aids in enlightenment. These causes and effects converged, forming a powerful attraction that even a mixed element, profound, venerable immortal like him desired the creation Green Lotus. No wonder the Son of Heaven competition attracted so many immortal gods to join. Even with the dark heavenly court attacking, the celestial court did not interfere because it involved such a significant cause and effect. Guan asked, "Dare I ask, where does the creation Green Lotus come from?" Elder Ci, Xian Immortal replied, It was bestowed by a celestial Tao Venerable. The form of the Son of Heaven competition itself has other intentions that the Master should understand. I don't understand. Guan could already glimpse the causes and effects of the celestial court, but he could not fully see through all its causes and effects, especially the root cause and effect of the Son of Heaven competition. Elder Xian Immortal's answer made it difficult for him to follow up with further questions. Guan shook his head and said, "Thank you both for your kindness. The creation green lotus is indeed tempting, but I prefer peace and quiet, which is why I've secluded myself here." After hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable was about to speak when Elder Xian Immortal preempted him, said, "In that case, we indeed cannot force it. May I ask the Master's opinion on Great Immortal Divine Yuan?" As long as Guan doesn't support Great Immortal Divine Yuan, it would be beneficial for them. There's no need to push Guan too hard. After all, they don't have the means to compel Guan's compliance. CTH Ovalfire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sons of Heaven are as numerous as stars. I have not paid attention before. Guan's answer disappointed Elder Xian Immortal, but he still followed Guan's words and began to introduce the background of Great Immortal Divine Yuan. Great Immortal Divine Yuan was born during the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation. His mother was from the Spirit Clan. The so-called Spirit Clan, unlike other living beings, was conceived from the lifeless existence of heaven and earth, such as sea of clouds, auroras, and green smoke. Such entities only develop spiritual intelligence if they encounter the great Tao, and once born, their comprehension of the Tao exceeds that of other races. After completing reincarnation, the Celestial Emperor brought Great Immortal Divine Yuan back to the Celestial Court and canonized him as a Son of Heaven. Before entering the Celestial Court, Great Immortal Divine Yuan was already 100,000 years old, enduring many hardships. The Celestial Emperor, feeling some sense of guilt, favored him greatly, allowing him to quickly grow into a Son of Heaven comparable to Xianyuan Human Venerable. Unlike Great Immortal Divine Yuan, Xianyuan Human Venerable was born in the Celestial Court. His mother was a ruler of a realm. He had a distinguished birth, but to satisfy the Celestial Emperor, he underwent reincarnation in the human world. The so-called Human Venerable refers to his achievements. Every time he reincarnated, he unified the human race and led various worlds' human race to prosperity. He faced failures and successes, and after countless reincarnations, he earned the title of Xianyuan Human Venerable. This Son of Heaven competition was initiated by Great Immortal Divine Yuan, challenging Xianyuan Human Venerable, which Xianyuan Human Venerable found offensive, arousing the indignation of his supporting immortal gods. Great Immortal Divine Yuan has no achievements, relying on His Majesty's favoritism to initiate the Son of Heaven competition. He believes he can gain the celestial Tao Venerable's recognition, but he underestimates the complexity. Elder Xian Immortal said seriously. These words pleased Xianyuan Human Venerable, and he slightly lifted his chin. Guan suddenly asked, "Since Great Immortal Divine Yuan has the Celestial Emperor's favor, how do you have confidence in facing this challenge? Even if you win, will he really lose?" Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable's face turned grim. Elder Xian Immortal's expression also became somewhat awkward. He followed up, "His Majesty is currently in seclusion. This might be an opportunity to bring Great Immortal Divine Yuan down to the mortal realm, an opportunity that has appeared before. Emperor Xianxia was abandoned by His Majesty under similar circumstances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 782. A doomed ending. Upon hearing the elderly immortal mention Emperor Xianxia, who is in Hao's true identity, Guan's expression did not change in the slightest. "Since you guys have made up your mind, Then I wish you all good luck. Guan raised his wine cup and said with a soft smile. As long as Xianyuan Human Venerable did not force him, he would treat him as a friend. If compelled, Guan wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. In the Celestial Court, apart from the court itself, only a few Celestial Dao Venerables can reach the rank of Primordial Profound Venerable Immortal. This was Gu An's confidence source. Even if the Celestial Court were to invade, he could move the 9-spirit continent away with a single thought. If he desired, he could even take the Celestial Spirit Great World with him and flee to the depths of chaos. The Heavenly Tao is vast, with an all-encompassing destiny, but regardless of how expansive the Heavenly Tao is, it cannot surpass the Great Tao, always leaving places untouced by it. Xianyuan Human Venerable narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Guan, while the elderly immortal did not know what to say, raising his cup to drink with Guan in silence. While drinking, the elderly immortal gave Xianyuan Human Venerable a glance, signaling him not to act rashly. At least Guan did not show any favor toward the great immortal divine Yuan. Though recruiting him failed, it should not lead to enmity. Afterward, Guan and the elderly immortal started chatting idly, no longer discussing the contention over the throne, but talking about all heavens and myriad realms. Xianyuan Human Venerable remained silent, seemingly drinking gloomily by himself. After a long while, the elderly immortal sighed. Master, you eradicated the dark god in this realm, which is a great merit, enough to place you in the immortal class. Why not go to the Celestial Court and become an immortal official? He was probing Gu An's opinion of the Celestial Court. Guan smiled and shook his head. Since being an immortal official requires a position, I prefer my current life, unrestrained. Moreover, staying in this realm allows me to handle any disasters here. If I were to go to the Celestial Court, I might not be able to solve the problems it faces. Besides, one of my disciples has already entered the immortal class, fulfilling my desire to ascend to immortality. Hearing this, the elderly immortal raised an eyebrow, asking, "Oh, which disciple are you referring to?" Guan answered, "His name is Xianxia. He was recommended for immortality by Eternal Life Venerable." Eternal Life Venerable. A subtle change appeared in the eyes of Xianyuan Human Venerable and the elderly immortal. The elderly immortal did not inquire further, but praised Xianxia's extraordinary talent, suggesting it was why Eternal Life Venerable endorsed him. The conversation between the two continued to shift topics until dusk, when the elderly immortal stood up to bid farewell. Before leaving, Xianyuan Human Venerable finally spoke. "Master, you seem to doubt me, but I will show you my victory. When I succeed, you are still welcome to support me and even share the creation Green Lotus." Xianyuan Human Venerable stared at Guan, his gaze burning with unwavering confidence, brimming with an air of unchallengeable dominance. Guan smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will wait to see you laugh last." Xianyuan Human Venerable's mouth curved upward, and he departed with the elderly immortal. Guan stood up, turned to look at the distant celestial vault, watching them leave. Under his gaze, the fate of the struggle for the throne had already changed. From beginning to end, Xianyuan Human Venerable and the elderly immortal did not harbor hostility towards Guan, nor did they become causal enemies, which explained Gu An's favorable attitude. In truth, compared to the great immortal divine Yuan, Guan hoped more for Xianyuan Human Venerable to win because the great immortal divine Yuan fabricated demon god bodies and mobilized the Mo Luo clan for battle. Regardless of how one viewed it, it seemed quite sinister, raising suspicion that it might be related to chaos. Xianyuan Human Venerable, on the other hand, led heavenly soldiers and generals, with no trace of chaos evil demon, nor did he offer mortal spirits as sacrifices. In terms of conduct, Xianyuan Human Venerable was more upright. Nonetheless, it was unfortunate. Even with the change in fate, Xianyuan Human Venerable would still lose. Zhang Buku fought for Xianyuan Human Venerable, leaving Guan to consider how to save him. Zhu Zai's position in the Taiwei Great World remained favorable toward the great immortal divine Yuan, and even if she consciously withdrew, it would be futile. Fortunately, her ending was good, allowing her the chance to enter the immortal class. In the future, more old acquaintances would enter the immortal class, and all because of Guan. Without him, Zhang Buku and Zhu, she wouldn't have come this far. Even with Zhu Zai's former status as Shengtian, regardless of Shengxian's strong Fuyuan, escaping the 3,000 great worlds was challenging. Guan did not find these matters troublesome, as he also gained insights into the path of cause and effect throughout this process. Next comes the projection. The path of enlightenment must not be halted. Guan pondered silently with a smile on his face. Allowing the 3,000 great worlds to remain in constant turmoil while quietly growing stronger amidst the celestial court's indifference, this feeling, even after tens of thousands of years, remained wondrous. No one knew his true strength, underlying his continuous growth, without limits, savored only by him. On the other side, Xianyuan, human venerable, and the elderly immortal arrived in outer heaven, flying toward the world gate. "Your Highness, do you really intend to recruit him?" the elderly immortal asked curiously. Xianyuan, human venerable, gazed ahead, replying, "Indeed, the creation of 9-spirit continent and the condition of celestial spirit great world have given me a good impression of him. He is a truly enlightened person, seeing through red dust, controlling his desires. Such a person is more suited for immortality. The current celestial court is tainted with too many unscrupulous immortals, tarnishing its image, which I am very dissatisfied with. Unfortunately, my abilities are insufficient to change this." The elderly immortal sighed. Ancestor Master Wuxia certainly has the demeanor of an enlightened one, but even with your victory, I believe he would not come, nor be swayed by the creation green lotus. Xianyuan, human venerable, did not dispute, nor did he respond further. The two immortal gods quickly vanished into the depths of the void. Their arrival and departure went unnoticed by the masses. Taiji Yuan, Chun Chuan, and others knew but were unaware of their identities, marking this encounter with a mysterious touch in their hearts. Time flows like a great river. It rushes forward, never to return. The 3,000 great worlds remain embroiled in constant battles, whereas the celestial spirit great world continues in peace. The celestial Tao light layer enveloping the great world continuously expands, symbolizing the strengthening trend of immortal cultivation in this realm. CTH novel F. Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Besides the celestial spirit great world, many other planes remain peaceful, even silent. For instance, the river of Great Tao, where each of the 3,000 great Tao has its own river, existing independently from the worlds, only discovered through enlightenment. In the darkness, the river of destiny radiates 7-colored glow, dazzlingly beautiful, threads of Tao Qi traversing its surface. Deep within the river of destiny, a figure emitting silver light was seated in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cold eyes with countless stars subtly flickering within. He was Lu Qiuxian, trapped in the river of destiny. Lu Qiuxian slowly spoke. "You're here again. Do you think you have a strength to defeat me now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 783. Eternal Tao Extreme. As Lu Qiuxian's voice fell, a figure slowly emerged from the mist of the great Tao ahead. This figure was extremely tall and imposing, towering over Lu Qiuxian like a mountain. From its shape, it seemed to be draped in a large robe, the embroidered robe fluttering like blazing flames. "Lu Qiuxian, your will has already become an obsession that limits you." A voice echoed from the mist of the great Tao, loud and reverberating without end. Lu Qiuxian looked at the figure and asked, "What?" Joining the eternal Tao extreme will rid me of this obsession. The eternal Tao extreme is the future, the belonging of the great Tao. It's your only path. If you refuse to submit, how will you find your reincarnated father while you stay in the river of destiny? Upon hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in Xianxia's eyes. At this moment, the majestic figure stepped out from the mist of the great Tao. It was a burly man dressed in a dark red robe, his black hair flowing freely, his face stern, and his gaze oppressive. Standing at the edge of the great Tao mist, he resembled an embodiment of darkness, oppressive and terrifying. Facing his gaze, Xianxia's expression did not change. He slowly stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. Emperor Jiuyin, let me see if you can escape from my grasp again. As soon as Xianxia spoke, thousands of sword qi burst forth, dispersing the surrounding mist of the great Tao. However, a protective shield appeared around Emperor Jiuyin, blocking the sword qi attacking from all directions, and the residual sword qi in the air seemed to shatter the space around him. Seeing Emperor Jiuyin easily deflect his attack, a change flickered in Xianxia's eyes. He could sense that Emperor Jiuyin had already transformed, making him feel unfathomable. It seems a fierce battle awaits. 50,000 years had passed in the human world since the departure of Xianyuan human venerable and elder Zixuan. The number of free immortals in the celestial spirit great world increased by nearly 30%, with more Daoist Zhangzai immortals and profound Yuan free immortals. While no new heaven-encompassing free immortals had been born, it was close. On this day, on a mountaintop in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan stood at the peak, gazing into outer heaven. He witnessed a world-shattering battle in the River of Destiny, where Xianxia and Emperor Jiuyin battled for days before Xianxia was captured by Emperor Jiuyin. As Emperor Jiuyin left along the River of Destiny, Guan saw a path he had never discovered before. This path was magical, leading to the 3,000 Great Tao River. It did not always exist, appearing intermittently and hard to capture. Following this path to its end, Guan's vision was blocked by a layer of dense destiny, making him feel as if he was facing the celestial court. Could such a powerful force really hide within the great Tao? From Guan's perspective of Tao practice, the end of this path did not belong to chaos or the heavenly Tao, but existed independently, extremely complex. Just as Emperor Jiuyin was about to fly into the temporal brilliance at the end of the path, Guan took a step, crossing countless universes and arriving behind Emperor Jiuyin along the River of Destiny. Ha! A hand landed on Emperor Jiuyin's shoulder, forcing him to stop. His eyes widened as he instinctively turned to see Guan from the corner of his eye. Emperor Jiuyin's figure was 10,000 feet tall, but Guan did not seem small behind him. Guan's body shone with silver light, just like Xianxia. Even so close, Emperor Jiuyin could not clearly see his true form. "Who are you?" Emperor Jiuyin asked in a deep voice. However, Guan did not answer him. An extremely terrifying divine sense burst into his mind, blanking his consciousness and scattering his gaze. While performing a soul search, Guan seized the white jade gourd from his hand. The gourd contained many beings, with Xianxia just one of them, all of whom roamed the river of the great Tao. Suddenly, Guan's divine sense encountered a powerful resistance, abruptly destroying Emperor Jiuyin's soul and obliterating his life force, preventing Guan from extracting his lifespan. He withdrew his divine sense, watching Emperor Jiuyin turn to ashes before him. He looked ahead at the temporal brilliance, feeling apprehensive. Sir, the novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Eternal Tao Extreme is truly extraordinary. At 10,000 feet tall, he appeared tiny before the temporal brilliance, like a grain of sand. He took a deep look ahead and then turned, stepping along the River of Destiny and disappearing within a few steps. Not long after he left, the temporal brilliance began to shrink until it disappeared. Guan arrived at the place where Lu Qiuxian used to meditate and opened the white jade gourd, releasing Lu Qiuxian first. A silver light flew out from the gourd's mouth, landing in front of Gu and manifesting into Lu Qiuxian's figure. Lu Qiuxian opened his eyes, stunned upon seeing Guan. He had never met Guan, but for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. He had once talked to Gu and while standing in the River of Destiny and during his time in the Celestial Spirit Great World. At that time, Guan was still weak, merely piquing his curiosity. Now, standing before Lu Qiuxian, Guan's true form was indiscernible to him, filling Lu Qiuxian with caution. Guan tossed the white jade gourd in his hand to Lu Qiuxian and said, "The eternal Tao extreme will come again. I can give you a chance to break free from the River of Destiny." He had long wanted to help Lu Qiuxian, once making the primordial crystal, symbolizing the primordial Tao Emperor, appear before him. Unfortunately, Lu Qiuxian did not care at all. Lu Qiuxian did not respond, but instead asked, "Who are you, and why do you want to help me? Is it important?" "Of course it's important." Lu Qiuxian's words rendered Guan silent. He had thought of saying he was a friend of Lu Han, but Lu Han died early, having no chance to meet such a powerful being. No matter how much a friendship might mature, such an answer was unconvincing. Breaking free from the River of Destiny may help you better pursue your obsession, Guan urged once more. Lu Qiuxian shook his head and said, "Only by staying here can I fulfill my obsession." For some reason, the sense of familiarity in his heart grew stronger, causing ripples in his state of mind. Even in defeat to Emperor Jiuyin, his heart had never been so tumultuous. Guan asked, "Reincarnation has order. Your father reincarnated 1,000, 10,000 times, walking his own path. Even if you find him, then what? Do you think you can restore the father-son relationship? Is he really still your father?" Lu Qiuxian stared at Guan and said, "I seek him, not just for the father-son bond, but for an answer." "What answer?" "Perhaps my father has a more complex cause and effect background." Hearing this, Guan looked at Lu Qiuxian with newfound respect. Though the River of Destiny bound Lu Qiuxian's fate, making it impossible for Gu to hear his inner thoughts, this statement revealed that Lu Qiuxian's wait for Lu Han was indeed not simply for the father-son bond. However, regarding lifespan reincarnation, Guan did not wish to disclose it to anyone, even his own reincarnation Bodhisan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784. Enlightenment in the Red Dust. This gourd belongs to the one named Emperor Jiuyin, and it is now yours. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan remained silent for a moment before throwing away these words and turning to leave. Lu Qiuxian did not question further, only stared at his retreating figure, seeing him off. As Guan's figure disappeared, the silver light around Lu Qiuxian gradually faded, revealing his true form. He was dressed in a cyan Taoist robe, his face young and handsome, despite his full head of white hair, still looking like a youth, bearing some resemblance to Guan. A smile appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "Just as I thought." He grasped the white jade gourd in his hand and turned to leave. At the same time, Guan had already returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless, hearing Lu Qiuxian's words, but he didn't think much of it. As long as he did not admit it, no one could know about the existence of lifespan reincarnation. At most, they would think he was just undergoing a regular reincarnation. In a normal reincarnation, the soul must enter the 6 paths. No matter how high the cultivation level, if not using the true self, one must split the soul. But lifespan reincarnation is different. Guan didn't need the true self to be present. He could complete a reincarnation and influence reality within a mere hour. If this were to get out, there would definitely be big trouble. Guan was quite curious as to how the Celestial Emperor reincarnated and where his true self was. He made his way back to his room, sat at a desk, and took out a pen and paper, writing down the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme. Emperor Jiuyin died quickly, but Guan still managed to capture some intelligence about the Eternal Tao Extreme. Eternal Venerable. Before the Great Tao, the origins of this Eternal Tao Extreme must be extremely frightening. It's unknown whether the Celestial Court is aware of it. Guan only wrote the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme, avoiding writing Eternal Venerable to avoid invoking Great Cause and Effect. He looked at the 4 characters for Eternal Tao Extreme, recalling the space-time of powerful light previously encountered, feeling the vast destiny of Eternal Tao Extreme. Upon closer inspection, he felt that this force of destiny bore a resemblance to that of the Taoist emperor. Yet from the manifestation of destiny alone, it was not the Taoist emperor. This is interesting. For Guan, the Eternal Tao Extreme was just a force to keep an eye on. When dealing with Emperor Jiuyin, he left no trace, the entire process isolated from cause and effect. Even Lu Xiaoxian didn't know his true identity. Since then, Guan noticed Lu Xiaoxian's ties with the River of Destiny were severing, as he was becoming an independent existence. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxian had no intention of seeking him, he was reassured. No matter how Lu Xiaoxian guessed, as long as it didn't affect Guan, it was fine. He could consider favorably protecting Lu Xiaoxian due to their father-son bond and reincarnation, but would never acknowledge him. In truth, he owed nothing to Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Han had already revived Lu Xiaoxian at the cost of his life. The only reason he continued to pay attention was to resolve Lu Han's regret. By integrating Lu Han's memories, it was as if he had truly lived through Lu Han's life, experiencing all of Lu Han's emotions. Time marched forward like the river of the Great Tao, endlessly flowing forward, never stopping, never looking back. In his spare time, Guan would observe the struggle for the Son of Heaven. The great immortal divine Yuan faction occupied more and more of the Great Thousand World, while the strength of the Mo Luo clan and the demon god body intensely intimidated all worlds, even birthing shocking legends of immortal gods being torn apart by demon gods. This battle, which had lasted millions of years, finally began to tilt, but it was still early to conclude. Xin Yuan, human venerable, would not sit idly by. Once one side of the Great Thousand World was completely devoured, it would be the battle for the Son of Heaven. In a power struggle, the call and strategy of the Son of Heaven were tested, while the final battle for the Son of Heaven was a testament to one's own strength. According to Elder Xishuan, a power struggle determined victory and defeat. Even if one's personal strength was lacking, winning still counted. However, if the Son of Heaven fought personally, it was a matter of dignity. Should both sides lose, the loser would face eternal doom. Over the long years, the celestial spirit Great World developed steadily. Although there were conflicts and wars, the overall world order remained peaceful. Each generation of cultivators surpassed the previous ones in talent. A blink of an eye, 3 million years passed. Gu An's lifespan income grew steadily every year, reaching over 1 trillion years of lifespan. He planned to continue saving, then break through in one go from the mid-stage of primordial profound venerable immortal to the perfect realm of primordial profound venerable immortal. In these years, Zhu Shi, Xin, Lia, LV Xian, and others encountered troubles, but he would step in. Zhang Buku had become a heavenly soldier, his ability to revive after death saving Gu and a lot of worry. Lia, LV Xian, Chun Chuan, and others were drawn into the struggle for the Son of Heaven after leaving the celestial spirit Great World, while Sin wandered in the primordial emperor domain for years, having his own entanglements. Their lives were all very exciting, and Guan found it quite interesting to watch. Compared to the life of immortal cultivation, Guan preferred experiencing the life of a mortal. He even married and had children, fulfilling normal, complete lifetimes. When life ended, and he reincarnated, he wouldn't take mortal cause and effect out with him. It was a rule he set before entering the mortal world. On this day, after picking medicinal herbs, Guan returned to his mortal life. He walked along the streets towards his courtyard. In this life, he was a constable with a leisurely job, leading a peaceful life. He was not a justice-driven, ever-enthusiastic chivalrous hero, just an ordinary constable earning a living to support his family. Along the way, acquaintances greeted him from time to time, making life look no different from that of a mortal. He enjoyed this feeling, which allowed his mind to find peace. Though it seemed he was experiencing the red dust, he was actually observing heaven and earth from the minutiae, thereby attaining enlightenment. Just as he arrived at the courtyard gate, a young woman ran out, taking his arm and smiling. "Husband, I am pregnant." "Really?" Guan pretended to be pleasantly surprised, then reached out to touch the young woman's belly. In the red dust, he had taken many wives and concubines. Cause and effect could dissipate in reincarnation, but as he experienced the red dust with his true body, it wasn't suitable for him to leave bloodlines. After all, the cause and effect of bloodlines could continue. Therefore, each lifetime's children were new souls created by the path of creation. Creating the souls of mortal spirits was not difficult for Guan now. He made sure these children didn't inherit his bloodline and soul's cause and effect. They were just children of his current identity in each lifetime. These children were essentially in their first lifetime, destined to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Guan's understanding of the path of creation deepened. The couple was very happy, and Guan decided to cook personally to celebrate his wife's pregnancy. Besides them, there was his wife's old father, also Guan's master, a former old constable who had lost a leg in the process of driving out a demon entering the city. Now, he could only stay in the yard. Due to his own experience, the old constable often advised Guan not to be too headstrong. He had lost a leg for his duty back then. The government office abandoned him directly, and the family he saved moved away the next day without even thanking him out of fear. Just as smoke rose from the courtyard's hearth, a meteor streaked across the celestial vault, falling into the distance. Standing by the stove, Guan raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Have they traced it to this world? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 785. Emperor Zui. The vast blue sky was magnificent, and a meteor wreathed in flames streaked across the celestial vault, hurtling towards the earth. It swept past mountain peaks along its path, crashing into the mountains, causing the entire ground to quake. Mushroom, cloud-like plumes of dust surged upward, rocks flew wildly, and trees were swept away like dust to distant lands. The terrifying impact destroyed everything in its wake. The heavens and earth roared, the tumult continuing for a long time. As the waves of dust settled, a figure slowly emerged from the billowing dust. It was a man dressed in purple robes, walking amidst the ruins, his hair flowing, revealing a handsome face. His brows and eyes were cold and proud, with a slender purple line on his forehead, making him appear otherworldly, as though an immortal god had descended to the mortal world. Even the dust couldn't conceal the glow of his purple jade crown. The man in purple clothes walked forward while gazing into the distance, muttering to himself, "The changes in this world are truly vast." Before he could go far, a figure appeared in the Madeira ahead. It was none other than Tai, Immortal Monarch. Sorry, the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tai, Immortal Monarch, looked at the man in purple from afar, raised his hand in greeting, and asked, "Emperor Zui, long time no see. I wonder what brings you to this world." The man addressed as Emperor Zui smiled and replied, "Tai, Immortal Monarch, does this realm fall under your jurisdiction now? Though it is not under my control, you didn't enter through the proper world gate and chose to cross through the celestial Dowlight layer. That might violate the celestial rules." Tai, Immortal Monarch, stared at Emperor Zui with a meaningful expression. Emperor Zui maintained his smile. "I have yet to do anything. How have I offended the celestial rules? On the contrary, you, Having stayed in this realm for so many years, isn't that neglecting your duty? The two celestial beings were at odds. The winds and waves seemed to freeze, and as their gazes locked, neither showed any fear. After a long silence, Tai, Immortal Monarch, broke the stillness. If you do not explain your presence, then I must stop you. Once we clash, our cultivation levels will alert the celestial court, and none of us will benefit. You know this, yet you still wish to impede me? We should each go our own way, shouldn't we? Emperor Zhui sneered coldly. As he spoke, he raised his right hand. A purple light burst forth from his palm, and a purple jade staff appeared in his grip. This action already conveyed his stance. Tai, Immortal Monarch, did not expect Emperor Zhui to be so unyielding, which made things difficult for him. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei's expression changed drastically. A horrifying killing intent enveloped him, solidifying the mana within his body. He felt he might be annihilated at any moment, even though he could resurrect. Facing such killing intent still made him tremble. He quickly drew the purple jade staff back into his body, and as he retracted the magical treasure, the terrifying killing intent vanished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Tai, Immortal Monarch, didn't know what Emperor Zhui had experienced. He didn't feel the killing intent, but he could sense the change in Emperor Ziwei's aura. Right? No need to escalate this. Since the Immortal Monarch wishes to guard this realm, I should not further disturb you. Emperor Zhui smiled again, bowed to Tai, Immortal Monarch, and then turned to leave. As he lifted his right foot, he disappeared from sight. Tai, Immortal Monarch, sensed Emperor Zhui entering the celestial Dao light layer toward outer heaven. Emperor Ziwei's departure seemed even quicker than his arrival. Tai, Immortal Monarch, mused, immediately thinking of Guin, and couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. He bowed in the direction of Nine Spirit Continent, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Guin, still in the mortal world, watched Emperor Ziwei's departure. Emperor Zhui, this immortal god, was inextricably linked to Enhao's birth. Back then, celestial spirit Immortal Venerable stole the world punishment Dao Pearl from Ziwei Immortal Palace, and within that pearl was Enhao's original divine soul, which means this immortal has connections with Emperor Xianxia and Eternal Life Venerable, likely in the same faction. However, Emperor Zhui carried the aura of Eternal Dao Extreme. Guin was certain he did not come for Enhao, but for something else. Fortunately, Emperor Zhui had not become his mortal enemy. Perhaps due to their vast difference in cultivation, Emperor Zhui dared not show disrespect toward him. Or maybe, could it be that Emperor Ziwei's joining of the Eternal Dao Extreme was orchestrated by the Celestial Court? Guin wondered as he cooked. Having no grievance with the Eternal Dao Extreme, there was no need to make enemies prematurely. Even if he were to make enemies, he needed to understand the relationship between Eternal Dao Extreme and the Celestial Court. With these thoughts set aside, Guin focused on his cooking. Until nightfall, the courtyard echoed with their laughter of three. The anticipation for the future made them seem very happy. Guin knew their future was not bright. As long as he retained his current identity and power, he could not prevent the impending tragedy. Over the long years, Guin had experienced various lives. The only thing he could control was not committing evil. Yet the world always had its dark corners, and even without committing evil, retribution would come. The moon set, the sun rose. 30 years later, Guin stood under the shade of a tree, looking at the slope ahead, where a man knelt before two graves, swearing an oath. Those two graves belonged to Guin and his wife in this lifetime. Their son, pursuing immortal cultivation, ventured out for 10 years, but his enemies came first, and Guin and his wife died by the enemy's swords. When their son returned, he didn't even see their corpses. It was the neighbor who helped bury them. Guin watched the scene with a calm expression, having no intention of revealing himself. This lifetime's cause and effect concluded here. He could see his son's future, and even though he and his wife were unfortunate, their son would ultimately achieve his desires, avenging them and eventually becoming a renowned great cultivator on this continent. But that was all, for the sun would fall just before nirvana. Guan watched for a while and then turned to leave. He returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless, entering the courtyard, and saw Shun Jun and Xianxia inside the room, writing something together. Without eavesdropping, Guan knew what they were up to. The two were incorporating cultivation techniques within their writings, and readers had to uncover the patterns in the stories to grasp the techniques. Their books spread across 9 spirit continents, with some even bringing them to other worlds through the World Gate. In this aspect, they surpassed Guangu and often wondered if his writing was too serious. He went to the artifact refining cauldron and continued refining Tao treasures. Currently, he didn't create new Tao treasures, but refined his disciples' existing ones to enhance them. Taken Zen's 6 Paths mirror, it now possessed the ability to contend with an innate golden immortal. This was Gu An's favor towards his close disciples. Among the 3rd-generation disciples, only a few possessed Tao treasures, and none below them had any. Not long after Guan had returned, and Zizai approached him from behind, respectfully saying, "Ancestor, a prince from Taizong dynasty has come to visit. He claims to be an old acquaintance of yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 786, True or False? Ask yourself, bring him in. Guan responded, and Zizai immediately went to fulfill the task. He already knew who the visitor was and what his intention was. Nowadays, people whom he would meet in person were almost all old friends from his time at the Supreme Sect. Those old friends who were not with him were living through their own lives, facing hardships and enjoying happiness. Not everyone could receive his covert protection. After approximately half an incense stick's duration, and Zizai brought a person into the courtyard. This man wore plain Taoist robes, had a strong build, a rugged face, and exuded the aura of a martial world hero. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to Li Yas, but he looked more weathered. He was Li Yas' younger brother, Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had once cultivated in the 3rd Medicine Valley, had a great relationship with Yang Jian, and had now achieved the cultivation level of divine thought true immortal realm. In the past, he had the talent to surpass Li Ye, but now, Li had become an existence he looked up to, becoming the legend of their Li family. Li Lingtian looked at Gu An's silhouette, trembling with excitement, his eyes even reddened. And Zizai hesitated whether he should leave, but then Gu An's voice came. "Zizai, you should listen too. You'll be responsible for assisting him later." Upon hearing this, and Zizai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately agreed. He was very curious about the relationship between Li Lingtian and Guan. Hearing that he could go out on a mission made him secretly delighted. Nowadays, he managed all affairs of Wuxia and couldn't avoid fatigue. A trip outside would be a bit of relaxation. Upon hearing Gu An's immediate offer to help, Li Lingtian could no longer control his emotions and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Senior, I have come for Yang and I. You should still remember her. She offended a great cultivator of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance and is imprisoned within the Alliance. She was wronged, but I can't find anyone to help. Not even my father has such power." Li Lingtian said through gritted teeth. The Yang and I he mentioned was Li Yas' mother's sister, who had once joined the Ephemera sect to investigate the cause of Li Yas' mother's death, and had also been sent by Li Xiandao to protect Gu and had not seen her for many years, but he still remembered the valiant woman in his mind. Li Lingshan's voice choked with emotion as he narrated grievances, no longer displaying the self-confident demeanor of his youth. Guan turned around, looking calmly at Li Lingtian, listening to his tale of grievances. Before Li Lingshan's arrival, Guan had already seen through the cause and effect at a glance. It was nothing more than a struggle of interests. After joining the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, Li Lingtian and Yang and I had offended an internal faction, which did not pique Gu An's interest much. He only needed to confirm that Xianxia was indeed wronged. Though Guan protected his old friends, he would also make distinctions in his actions. If they brought trouble upon themselves, he would ignore it, letting them learn through hardship. When Li Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Guan with anticipation. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance was strong, and their opponents were also very powerful, a family of timeless giants surpassing the Zizai immortal realm. But Li Lingtian believed no family was a match before Guan smiled, helping Li Lingtian to his feet, and said with emotion, "How old were you when you first came to me? Now you can manage things on your own. Truly, how much things have changed." These words made Li Lingtian burst into tears. In his heart, Guan had always been a senior. Although he hadn't seen him for many, many years, restraint held him back. In his mind, Guan's appearance and personality had blurred, and before coming, he had imagined various possibilities, but never expected Guan to treat him so kindly. Even his father, who once doted on him, now felt distant. Guan began reminiscing about the past, and his words drew Li Lingtian back to bygone days. And Zizai was also very curious about Guan's past, standing by and listening attentively. Later, Shenzhen and Xianxia joined in. Shenzhen still remembered Li Lingtian. Seeing him so downcast now, she sighed deeply. The best decision she had ever made in her life was to follow Guan. At first, she only wanted to escape from her sect, and due to her compatibility with Guan, she cut off all ties and solely followed him. Unexpectedly, Guan turned out to be the supporting Tao Sword Venerable. Over time, Shenzhen couldn't distinguish why she initially followed Guan. Occasionally, she doubted whether she had seen something extraordinary in Gu, and that led her to him. Either way, the outcome was good, and she felt herself to be the luckiest person in the world, even more fortunate than an Exan, celestial demon child, and others. Until dusk, and Zizai left with Li Lingtian. He planned to gather several Wuxia disciples and personally go to Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance to rescue Xianxia. Xianxia also followed, leaving Guan and Shenzhen alone in the courtyard. Shenzhen looked at Guan's profile, lost in thought. What kind of trouble could make this man frown? In his eyes, how did he view this world? How did he perceive those around him? Li Lingtian's appearance triggered Shenzhen's memories of the past and sparked numerous puzzles and curiosity within her. Guan looked at the sky and said, "Do you think a life without longevity matters?" Shenzhen recovered from her thoughts and responded, "Of course it matters. To walk through the human world, whether in suffering or in joy, at least one has lived, hasn't one? But for many people, living is not as good as dying. That's because they faced hardships. Before those hardships, they surely also enjoyed their lives. Once a person dies, what meaning does everything before their death hold? Just like the supreme sect of the past, too many people have already died, even forgotten by us, leaving no trace in this human world." After Guan finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Shenzhen. Shenzhen pondered for a moment and said, "Why does everything have to be meaningful? Living is living, and everything we experience is our own feeling. Why should we pursue leaving something in this world?" Guan smiled and said, "Indeed, one's own feelings are what matter most. Why worry about other things and add unnecessary worries?" Upon hearing this, Shenzhen was momentarily stunned, then glared at Guan and asked, "Be honest, can you hear others' thoughts? I'm not that powerful. Really, Xianxia the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "Really?" Shenzhen smiled. After Guan's counsel, she felt her confusion was meaningless. As long as she was living well and carefree, and Guan did not reject her, wasn't that enough? Guan continued, "Actually, over the years, I often went to the mortal world, experiencing different lives. I would marry and have children. I would also be someone's child, but I made those wise believe we had shared something, giving them memories, including those parents, relationships I imposed upon them. Of course, these identities were what they wanted, and the children I supposedly had were created by me out of thin air. Even if their souls condensed in reincarnation into real beings, I still felt something. From my perspective, everything was fake, but to them, it was real. Everything that happened with them was their real experience. They would never know my identity was false. They would even forget their lives in reincarnation. Xianxia stayed silent while listening to his words. Guan looked at her, raising a question. This is the different view brought by the realm gap. I can make all living beings unable to distinguish truth from falsehood. But do you think there's an existence that can make even you and me unable to tell the difference? Is the so-called heavenly Tao, great Tao, truly real? He thought Xianxia would ponder for a long time, but she answered without hesitation. Whether it's true or false, we cultivate. The so-called quest for Tao is to ask oneself, asking about one's existence's meaning, asking oneself what one wants. If you want truth with effort, even falsehood has hope of becoming truth, doesn't it? Even if everything is false to me now, I still thank you, cherish everything now, and enjoy every day. After saying this, she looked up at Guan, fixing her gaze on him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787, Profound Abyss Divine Pulgu Ans Questioning of Xianxia was a reflection of his years of pondering. Besides increasing his mana and Tao practice, he felt there was an indescribable realm that required his contemplation. Xianxia's truthful response, however, left Guan sensing a glimpse of the great Tao within it. He smiled and replied, "At the very least, I feel that everything now is real." Xianxia heard this and also broke into a smile. Afterwards, Guan began to talk about past events, touching on the bygone days, which evoked many emotions in Xianxia. The setting sun lengthened their shadows. In the years that followed, Guan no longer trained in the mortal world. He decided that in the future, if he wanted to re-enter the red dust, he would assume his identity in the immortal cultivation realm, cultivating like Xianxia, growing with extraordinary talent and temperament. These two reincarnated bodies were not the strongest, but their temperament and way of handling matters pleased Guan the most, making him feel they lived with a unique flair. Above the sea of clouds, a giant round fan was flying, with more than a dozen people sitting cross-legged on it. Yang and I sat at the back, watching the Wuxia disciples ahead who were chatting and laughing, feeling a mix of emotions. Ancient memories resurfaced in her mind, filling her with deep sentiments. Although she already knew that Gu and had become the greatest power in the world, seeing Gu Ans disciples and grand disciples standing strong and becoming great cultivators she looked up to was a shocking experience. It was hard for her to associate the once carefree flower and grass-picking Gu and with the now all-powerful ancestor Master Wuxia. Li Lingtan, sitting beside her, said excitedly, "The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance has promised us a dojo. When I return and discuss it with my father, we will bring a group of Li family disciples there to cultivate. As for you, Senior Yang, what are your plans?" Yang and I came to her senses and replied, "I plan to take a look beyond heaven." Li Lingtian frowned and said, "Beyond heaven is extremely perilous. It's not worth taking risks just for opportunities." He knew about the past between Yang and I and Guan and thought she was distressed. It was normal. Even he was deeply moved, not to mention Yang and I. Guan did not intervene personally, but his disciples and grand disciples were grandly welcomed by the great cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. When they heard their requests, the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance immediately agreed to release Yang and I without any re-examination. If not for Nzai's insistence on the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance to investigate, they would have been freed long ago. During this time, Li Lingtian developed a certain respect for Nzai. But whenever he thought about his own time in the Third Medicine Valley, when Nzai had yet to be born, it made him feel awkward. Nevertheless, he dared not shamelessly request to join Wuxia. He had heard from Wuxia disciples that once you join Wuxia, you couldn't easily leave or even establish your own sect outside. Even the sword sect's master, Chun Chuan, had relinquished his identity as a Wuxia disciple. Even if the sword sect faced enemy attacks, Wuxia would not come to help. And Zizai insisted the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance thoroughly investigate the truth, presumably to maintain Wuxi's reputation. I know it's dangerous. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Wasn't this confinement by the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance all because of your recklessness? Yang and I glanced at Li Lingtian and said coldly. Li Lingtian smiled awkwardly. He was in such a hurry to save Yang and I because the matter had started due to him. Thinking about it carefully, Yang and I indeed handled matters prudently. Throughout the years, she always acted alone and never encountered any mishaps. Li Lingtian recalled his own experiences over these years and felt embarrassed, realizing he was in no position to advise others. The two fell silent, their thoughts drifting away. They couldn't imagine Gu An's realm and vision. This vast world was too expansive for them, filling them with both anticipation and trepidation for the future. In the underworld, beneath the dark celestial vault, a desolate land was shrouded in ghostly vapors, with a colossal ancient tree standing tall. This tree was entirely an eerie blue, with branches draped with vine-like tendrils resembling catkins, and glowing orbs rotating like stars around them. This tree was the ancient sacred tree of the underworld, known as the profound Abyss Ancient Tree. Two people were meditating under the tree, Gu An's avatar and Hongyazi from the misty Immortal Court. Hongyazi opened his eyes and sighed. As expected of the profound Abyss Ancient Tree, its creation is limitless. Not only can one comprehend the yin-yang reincarnation here, but also the mysteries of creation. It is said that this tree once bore a fruit which cultivated and attained the Tao, befriending the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation body, and they were known as the two great saints of the great Tao. Unfortunately, he rebelled against the Celestial Court and finally perished together with the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation body. Guan opened his eyes and asked, "Is this story true? Where did you hear it from?" "Of course it's true. It was brought back by the predecessors of the misty Immortal Court from the Celestial Court. However, there are many such stories in the Celestial Court," Hongyazi replied. "The Celestial Emperor is the most powerful existence. To be known as the two great saints of the great Tao alongside his reincarnation body, his talent must have been terrifying. Unfortunately, since then, the profound Abyss Ancient Tree has never borne the profound Abyss fruit again." As he spoke, Hongyazi raised his head, seemingly searching for the profound Abyss fruit on the tree. Guan didn't expect the story of Gu Xianyu to be known in the Celestial Court. He guessed it was at the Celestial Emperor's behest. Otherwise, how could it be circulated? In his mind, the image of Taihao appeared. Taihao's temperament was bold and unrestrained, somewhat like an Hao, but his actions were more domineering and magnanimous. In Gu An's memory, he always clung to Gu Xianyu. After they became sworn brothers, the question of who was the elder brother was never settled. However, during the last battle, Taihao seemed like a different person. Perhaps that was the Celestial Emperor, making Guan feel unfamiliar and pressured. The bond of the reincarnations had long been gone. Guan wouldn't think they were still sworn brothers. Taihao's eyes before his death revealed madness. The Celestial Emperor was definitely not cold by nature. The two chatted while waiting for the distant visitor. They were chatting because they both sensed an aura coming from afar, which should be from the Nine Divine Mansion. The Nine Divine Mansion's destiny was profound. The aura of its cultivators differed from that of ghost souls and ghost gods, making it easily identifiable. Soon, a white-haired man in a black robe, resembling a specter, swiftly approached and landed 10 steps in front of them. Guan immediately recognized his origins. This person was named Zhu Luo Cha, possessing cultivation at the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, originally a soul of the snake demon. Zhu Luocha looked at Guan and Hongya Zi, raised his hand in salute, and said, "The pavilion master has something to discuss with you both." Hongya Zi's expression remained indifferent as he asked, "Which pavilion master?" "The second pavilion master, to discuss the matter of the profound abyss divine pool. The profound abyss divine pool is about to open, and you two must be waiting for this opportunity. So the second pavilion master sent me to invite you," Zhu Luocha replied. Hearing this, Hongya Zi's eyes sparkled with joy. He exchanged a glance with Guan, then stood up and said, "Lead the way." Zhu Luocha immediately turned and began to lead the way, with Hongya Zi following closely behind. Guan lagged slightly. Watching Hongya Zi's back, he secretly sighed. This is not an opportunity, but an abyss of destruction. The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788. Beneath the Sage, all are as ants when Gu An's doppelganger and Hongya Zi headed to the profound abyss divine pool. Gu An's true self remained within the Taoist field of the beginningless. Gradually, Guan left less and less. Apart from his regular medicinal herb collection, he stayed in the field, contemplating alone in a bamboo forest. The disciples noticed his unusual behavior, but were not worried, thinking he was about to create some extraordinary cultivation technique or divine skill. Time flies like an arrow. 100,000 years had passed since Li Ling Tian came seeking help. Gu An's doppelganger and Hongya Zi had already delved deep into the profound abyss divine pool and had run into trouble, trapped in a certain place, unable to leave. On this day, the weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. A gentle breeze blew into the bamboo forest amidst the lush green scenery. Dressed in white, Guan sat on the steps in front of a pavilion, hair disheveled and clothes loosely draped, as if just awoken from a deep dream. One hand propped on the steps, the other on his knee, with 2 fingers holding a bamboo leaf. "What is it really?" Guan muttered to himself. Over the years, he had been seeking a certain feeling, but could never understand it. He even projected his lifespan multiple times, making the feeling stronger, a sense of almost grasping it, but never quite. Even as a primordial, profound, venerable immortal, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Notably, his doppelganger also shared this sensation. This was the reason he hadn't immediately rescued Hongya Zi. Trapped in the profound abyss divine pool, they were bound to encounter great difficulties, yet the emergence of that inexplicable feeling made their tribulation seem vague. Throughout, Gu An's cultivation had always been an enhancement in his Tao practice. Although he refined his Tao heart and used various methods to deepen his understanding of the great Tao, he had never before felt the presence of his mental state like now. In the unseen, it seemed a mental state awaited his breakthrough. After breaking through, it might not make him stronger, but he still yearned to achieve it. This feeling appeared after reaching the primordial, profound, venerable, immortal realm. It seemed a power was guiding the primordial Tao fruit, thereby affecting Guan. At this moment, a figure walked out from the forest, approached Guan, and bowed. "Master, my immortal emperor's eye has been unsettled recently, causing my Tao heart to become aggressive. Why is this? I haven't encountered any stimuli." An Xian asked Guan, her face full of worry. Since handing the affairs of the beginningless to Nzazai, she had dedicated herself entirely to cultivation. Now she had reached the cultivation level of the heaven-encompassing free immortal, leading all disciples of the beginningless. Gu An's gaze didn't leave the bamboo leaf in his hand. He softly answered, "Another pair of immortal emperor's eyes has emerged in the 3,000 great worlds. Your immortal emperor's eye senses its rival, disturbing your mind." On hearing this, an Xian hurriedly asked, "How should I resolve this disturbance?" "Either go and eliminate the person, or temper your mind to overcome the influence of the immortal emperor's eye and truly master it? Gu An's answer left an Xian in deep thought. Killing was not an option, without grudges, even if the immortal emperor's eyes repelled each other. An Xian couldn't bring herself to do that. Temper her mind? An Xian felt challenged as she had been suffering recently. But no matter how hard, she had to overcome it. She couldn't bring shame to her master. By the way, master, you've often come to this bamboo forest these years. What have you been studying? An Xian asked curiously. Guan glanced at her, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Just like you, I need to overcome mental confusion. Hearing this, an Xian showed a smile, feeling oddly relieved. Even a master as powerful as him faced similar situations. She felt inspired. The two continued chatting, with Guan inquiring about her cultivation, and she answered truthfully. The development of the beginningless to this point meant Guan no longer needed to personally guide the disciples. They could pass on their teachings themselves. And Zizai's management skills were impressive, even surpassing an Xian, organizing the beginningless excellently, with no disciple treated unfairly. After staying for a while, an Xian finally took her leave. Guan continued to sit where he was, thinking. Profound abyss divine pool, where the celestial vault was a dark red. Mountains undulating, though there were trees, no flowers or leaves, and not a spot of green. Guan and Hongyazi walked among the mountains. Hongyazi looked around, frowning with impatience. He suddenly stopped, speaking in a low tone. I've had enough. No matter where we walk, fly, or even destroy this place, we can't get out. Guan stopped, turned slightly, and glanced at him, asking, if you don't move, will you wait for death? If it gets worse, we can cultivate here. Maybe we'll break through and find a way out. How long will it take to break through? But walking aimlessly, who knows how long it will take to get out? This profound abyss divine pool is too peculiar. Why haven't I heard of such a world restriction before? Hongyazi said gloomily. As a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, had never encountered such a powerless situation since reaching this realm. Guan withdrew his gaze, continuing forward, leaving a sentence. Then stay here. It'll move on alone. If I escape, it'll come back to save you. If I die ahead and you succeed in breaking through, leave my body. Upon hearing this, Hongyazi's face slightly changed, his gaze turning resentful. Is there a need to speak so harshly? Hongyazi cursed under his breath, then followed Gu An's steps. I'm curious, why are you so calm? Hongyazi asked as he came beside Gu and looked ahead, retorting, I'm curious too. Why are you so impatient? After all these years of cultivation, is our time trapped here even close to your seclusion time? Hongyazi was at a loss, reflecting on himself. Could it be that his Tao heart really had issues? The two continued in silence for the rest of the journey. It's unclear how long they walked, maybe half a day, or decades, centuries, even millennia. Gu An's eyes changed, following his gaze. Ahead, on a slope, steels of various sizes were planted, inscribed with strange characters and obscure patterns. The previously numb Hongyazi was also attracted to the scene, taking out his horsetail whisk, wary of any abnormalities. The two continued forward, reaching the foot of the slope. They didn't rush up, but observed from a distance. Their gaze was involuntarily drawn to the largest stele on the slope. Xianxia the Novel Fire. Enti website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That seems like old Celestial Court script, Hongyazi muttered. Guan asked in surprise. Old Celestial Court? There used to be other Celestial Courts? Hongyazi shook his head. The ancient heavenly court belongs to the previous celestial emperor who lived longer than all beings of the heavenly Tao. So, earlier celestial courts became mere legends, known as the ancient heavenly court. An immortal god from the misty immortal court once obtained a cultivation technique from it. I was taught some and recognized the script. What does the stele say? Guan asked. Hongyazi's expression turned peculiar. After hesitating for a moment, he said, It says, without becoming a saint, all is ephemeral. Beneath saints, all are ants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 789. Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor. If one does not become a saint, all is illusion. Beneath the saints, all are as insects. Saint. Guan heard this realm's name again, his intuition telling him that becoming a saint is not something achieved by simply accumulating Tao practice. Looking far and wide within and beyond the great Tao. Not to mention saints, even the primordial, profound, venerable immortal is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, hard to encounter. As for those who surpass the primordial, profound, venerable immortal, Guan could only be certain that the celestial emperor was one such being. Hongyazi was also pondering this sentence, equally curious about what it meant to be a saint. As a heaven-opening Daoyuo immortal, how far was he from becoming a saint? The two men were each deep in thought, staring blankly at the steels scattered across the mountain before them. The realm of saints had greatly impacted them. Although Hongyazi's realm was lacking, he understood something of the ancient heavenly court. Seeing the words on those steels, he vaguely sensed that the being who left that sentence had an extremely deep Tao practice and a high immortal position. After a long while, Hongyazi snapped back to reality and said, "These steels seem like the last words left by the immortal gods, filled with regret, despair, and anger. Who knows what they encountered?" Guan spoke up, "Let's keep moving forward." With that, he took the lead, heading uphill towards the mountaintop, with Hongyazi following closely behind. The two of them passed through the steels. Hongyazi remained vigilant, looking around cautiously, while Guan carefully felt the steels. These steels were not simple, containing many Tao intents, which were very subtle and completely imperceptible to Hongyazi. The Tao intents of the steels did not seem innate, but rather clues left by the cultivators of the ancient heavenly court. When Gu Ans Divine since connected with these Tao intents, he saw many scenes. Immortal gods fighting fiercely. No demons, no monsters, no ghosts. All were immortals exuding celestial Tao destiny. These scenes were merely fragments, not continuous. Guan patiently explored, hoping to see the figure of the celestial emperor. Unfortunately, after they crossed this hillside and looked ahead, the uneven slopes in the distance still had many steels standing, but these steels were much more sparsely distributed than those behind them. Hongyazi quickened his pace, having seemingly discovered something, becoming more interested in these steels. Guan felt the same. As time went by, he still hadn't seen any images of the celestial emperor, but instead became aware of a celestial Tao venerable. Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor. This Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor was the enemy of the immortal gods in the images, and his might was the source of many immortal gods' despair. It's uncertain whether this Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor is still the celestial Tao venerable of the heavenly court today. If so, doesn't that mean the Hongmeng Immortal Ancestor lived even longer than the celestial emperor? After all, according to Hongyazi, the ancient heavenly court was presided over by the previous celestial emperor. Guan held many speculations in his mind, but his steps never ceased. In the darkness of the night, hundreds of cultivators gathered on the wasteland, all meditating to heal, Leah among them. Leah was still dressed in black, a treasure sword imbued with a silvery blue aura floating behind him. His pale complexion made it clear he suffered from severe internal injuries. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing upwards. Amidst the night, few stars were visible, making the celestial vault unsettlingly oppressive. He turned his head, his eyes betraying a look of fear. Following his gaze, at the edge of the world loomed an enormous figure, like a giant shadow encompassing half of heaven and earth. The place he stood was not the world, but the palm of a giant hand. The vast wasteland below was just a small part of the palm. In the dim, oppressive void, a figure enshrouded in black mist moved slowly, its form humanoid, seemingly clad in heavy armor, adorned with menacing and sharp spikes. In its right hand, at first glance, the palm seemed empty, but in reality, Leah and hundreds of cultivators were within, appearing even smaller than dust. This terrifying figure walked through the void, its steps unhurried. Just seeing the figure caused a chill to run through Leah. His gaze drifted to the distance, amid the clustered people, where a yellow-robed elder sat meditating, his complexion also grim. Not only Leah, but many others were watching this yellow-robed elder. The yellow-robed elder was the most powerful existence among these cultivators, with a cultivation level reaching the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm. Previously in the profound yuan-free immortal realm, Leah couldn't even imagine how strong a heaven-balancing golden immortal could be. It was said to be comparable to the cultivation level of a celestial god. The yellow-robed elder possessed not only profound cultivation, but was also the patriarch of a sect from a great thousand world, establishing a dojo in the great Tao void. Leah originally went to hear the Tao, but during the session, he and other attendees were captured by mysterious evil demons. While listening to the Tao, the yellow-robed elder's Tao intent felt unfathomably profound to him, incomparable even to Gu Ans level at the time. When the evil demons attacked, the yellow-robed elder wielded a magical treasure, displaying great divine skills, shaking the entire universe, with myriad Dharma aspects emerging endlessly, broadening his horizons. Yet with a single counter, the evil demons suppressed the elder and the Tao listeners entirely. The mighty heaven-balancing golden immortal had no power to resist. Leah couldn't fathom the extent of this evil demon's Tao practice level. He couldn't help but think of what the Golden Crow Divine Sovereign once told Gu, and when faced with him. Miaojin Daluo, immortal realm perfection. This was Gu Ans realm. Afterward, he traveled the world, never hearing the words Miaojin Daluo, immortal anywhere, not even in outer heaven. Bringing up this realm's name caused him inexplicable trepidation, so much so that he dared not inquire further. Junior Brother Gu, if you were here, with such a realm of Miaojin Daluo immortal, could you defeat this demon? Leah thought silently. Even with utmost trust in Guin, he lacked the confidence to say Gu and would surely surpass this demon. The yellow-robed elder's divine skills were vast, seemingly mobilizing the power of the 3,000 great Tao. Recalling that scene still left him incredulous. Yet the evil demon's one move ended everything. The evil demon seemed to respond as casually as Guin did when dealing with the dark god. Leah longed for Guin to appear, yet feared that his arrival might only ensnare him in trouble. Leah, oh Leah, when will you truly stand on your own? How long will you rely on Junior Brother Gu? Why haven't you considered how Junior Brother Gu reached this point? Leah gritted his teeth, internally resenting his weakness. At this critical moment, he still longed for Gu Ans' intervention. At that moment, in the darkness ahead, a beam of light like sunshine burst forth, dispelling the darkness, illuminating Leah and the hundreds of cultivators. Everyone looked up, their faces lit up. Quickly some became excited. Within the strong light, a figure approached them, appearing like an immortal god, exuding an aura of invincibility from its mere stance. Immortal Monarch Xuan Miao of the Celestial Court is here. Demon, submit now, without resistance. A powerful and domineering voice resounded through the void, stirring the emotions of the hundreds of cultivators. Leah, however, felt a sense of confusion. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Profound mystery? Sir the Nellfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790. Unbelievably Powerful Immortal Monarch Xuan Miao. The hundreds of cultivators surrounding Leah felt a thrill upon hearing that the opponent claimed to be from the celestial court and even an immortal monarch. They all rose and focused intently on immortal monarch Xianxia, who was enveloped in a strong light, their eyes filled with anticipation. Immortal gods, even if not compassionate enough in the hearts of cultivators, still have their responsibilities, especially in the fight against evil demons. Since ancient times, immortal gods have never been lenient in opposing outer heaven demons, which is also why the 3,000 great worlds still aspire to ascend to immortality. The human world is full of incense for immortal gods. The mysterious evil demon holding the hundreds of cultivators didn't respond. He raised his left hand, and rolling demonic chi appeared out of thin air, surging continuously, finally condensing into a long weapon. Much like a spear, only the spearhead resembled the head and neck of a fierce beast, terribly frightening. Search *the novel fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All the cultivators sensed that a great battle was about to erupt. Even the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, yellow-robed elder, held his breath in concentration. Immortal monarch Xianxia strode forward from the powerful light of the heavenly Tao, his aura continuously rising, causing the dark void to present a twisted scene of purple and red. Even though being suppressed in the palm of the evil demon, the cultivators could feel the powerful aura of immortal monarch Xianxia, which was not even inferior to that of the evil demon. Leah was so shocked that he was left speechless. Immortal monarch Xianxia's form overlapped with the Li Xianxia in his memory, the two of them being from the same family. Though Li Xianxia had cultivated in Mount Sanqing since childhood, leading to an unfamiliar relationship between them, yet they had met quite a few times. Has Li Xianxia ascended to immortality? How is that possible? Li suddenly realized he hadn't seen Li Xianxia in many years. But something didn't feel right. How could these years be enough for someone to ascend to immortality and become so powerful? He couldn't understand it, and even fell on the verge of collapse. It wasn't jealousy of Xianxia. He just felt that his own talent and opportunities seemed like a joke. Since leaving the Tai Tasang continent, he hadn't slackened for nearly 20 million years. He didn't know how many times he had narrowly escaped death, and the opportunities he had obtained were extraordinary, causing those around him at that time to marvel, believing he was the child of destiny. But now, compared to Li Xianxia, what counted as his achievements? Just by sensing Li Xianxia's aura, he felt he couldn't measure up at all. Before it was Guan, now it's another clan brother. At this moment, he forgot life and death, only staring blankly at Li Xianxia's approaching figure. Li Xianxia also conjured a divine weapon with dragon chi coiling around it in his hand. Since you refuse to cease, then meet your end. Li Xianxia's voice rang out again, and as his words fell, he fiercely thrust forward with his spear. A terrifying torrent of mana exploded, lighting up the entire void, depriving hundreds of cultivators of color in their vision. Leah instinctively closed his eyes. His divine sense couldn't extend as it felt scorching pain once it left his body, frightening him into hastily retracting it. Unable to see, he felt the world spinning, and the ground beneath him trembled violently. After a good while, Leah heard a rumbling sound in his ears, gradually able to open his eyes. What he saw was a magnificent battle scene reflected in his eyes, making him open his mouth unconsciously. Not only him, but the other cultivators were experiencing the same. They were all bound to the ground, unable to detach from it, which prevented them from falling. In their vision, the external void rotated quickly, causing dizziness, with demonic chi and golden flames interweaving, forming various spectacular scenes, like a kaleidoscope. Li Xianxia and the mysterious evil demon had already started battling. Li Xianxia displayed his Dharma aspect, his form not inferior to the mysterious evil demon in the slightest. Both wielded their divine weapons with incredible speed, divine skills moving effortlessly, without the need to cast a spell. Various Dharma aspects and divine skills collided, shaking the void. Soon, the void shattered, and the surging wind of the great Tao swept them into deeper darkness. The heavenly Tao's strong light on Li Xuanmiao was so bright, illuminating the cultivators, none of whom spoke, engrossed in watching the battle nervously. Powerful, inconceivable. This was everyone's impression. The momentum of those divine skills was not only magnificent, but also incomprehensible to them. As Li Xuanmiao swung his spear, it spun, causing slices of heaven and earth to shoot out along the spear's body, colliding with the mysterious evil demon. The mysterious evil demon seemed to have invisible clones, causing the Xianxia around Li Xuanmiao to be continuously impacted. In the midst of battle, the mysterious evil demon would sometimes open its mouth, releasing countless demons that charged forward one after another toward Li Xuanmiao. They were actually able to penetrate the celestial Tao flame and land on Li Xuanmiao's armor. Li Xuanmiao frowned slightly. Although he could disperse the demons on his body, he could feel a power of cause and effect eroding his mana. While he hadn't fallen into a disadvantaged position, he couldn't suppress the mysterious evil demon in a short time, either. This was his first battle after ascending to immortality. The dark heavenly court had invaded. He was responsible for roaming the 3,000 great worlds, eradicating the dark demons that infiltrated, and the reason he arrived in time was that he calculated Li Ya's peril. He wasn't familiar with Li Ya, but the bloodline cause and effect was there, and he could feel it. Saving Li Ya was merely a convenient act, unrelated to anyone's relationship. Now, Li Xuanmiao only wanted to defeat the dark demon in front of him. Even though he was not obedient to the will of the celestial court, at this moment, he had to defend the dignity of the heavenly court immortals and must not disappoint his master's expectations. Li Xuanmiao's gaze sharpened, blood-red Tao patterns surfaced on his forehead as he swept across with his spear single-handedly. A terrifying and vast golden rainbow erupted, pushing back the mysterious evil demon. The golden rainbow pierced through the darkness, as if cleaving everything in two. Immediately, countless golden chains emerged from within the golden rainbow, quickly binding the mysterious evil demon. The mysterious evil demon struggled madly, unable to break free in a short time. They continued descending, below appearing a vast river of qi, a long river of the great Tao. Li Xuanmiao paid no mind to where they had arrived, continuing to cast his spells. Over the mysterious evil demon's head appeared layers of golden wheels, from which a golden giant cauldron descended, directly falling and enshrouding the mysterious evil demon. A strange and ear-piercing chant echoed, as if countless people were chanting together, causing Li Ya and the other cultivators to feel their divine souls turn upside down. Fortunately, the feeling came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Once they had cleared their minds, they looked up to see the world enveloped by a golden screen of light, within which were densely packed exotic characters and patterns, immersing them in the true meaning of heaven and earth, overwhelming them at first glance. At the same time, far away in the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guan was observing this battle. His avatar was in the profound abyss divine pool, seeking more information about the saint, and Li Xuanmiao was engaged in the battle. What a coincidence indeed. Li Xuanmiao's current cultivation level had already reached the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm, while the mysterious evil demon was also a Taiqing Golden Immortal. However, compared to the mysterious evil demon, Li Xuanmiao's realm was forcibly elevated by the celestial Tao destiny, resulting in a certain disparity in strength between them. Guan also heard Li Ya's inner voice. "Senior brother, the demon before you is nothing. Even Hongya Zi, who surpasses him by 100,000 times, is just as confused." Guan thought with a smile on his lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791, persistence Gu and didn't make a move immediately, but continued watching Li Xuanmiao battle the evil demon. Although Li Xuanmiao was not a match, this fight could temper him. After watching for a while, he shifted his gaze to Li Ye. Although he would tease Li Ye about always getting beaten when they met, in reality, he greatly admired Li Ye. His nurturing of Li Ye was far less than that of his disciples. Yet Li Ye's growth, despite being full of hardships, saw an undoubtedly fast increase in his cultivation level. Among his peers, how many could compare? Li Ye's fate was constantly changing, even without Gu An's interference. He could change his destiny through opportunities. Once his fate was to become the #1 great cultivator in the world, but now his fate was no longer confined to the celestial spirit great world. This perilous encounter also altered Li Ye's destiny. Li Ye surprisingly had a cause and effect destiny line for ascending to immortality. After this battle, ascending to immortality would become his obsession. Once Li Ye had an obsession, he would exert all his strength to achieve his goal. It was precisely this personality that had supported him to this day. In some sense, Li Ye resembled the protagonist in novels from his past life on Earth. In his spare time, Gu would often focus on him, as if following a thrilling drama series. Until dusk fell, the battle between Li Xuanmiao and the evil demon had not yet concluded, and they had fallen into a great river of the great Tao, fortuitously the river of destiny. Lu Xiaoxian, although still in the river of destiny, was already able to detach from it. He was obtaining enlightenment deep within, seemingly creating a great divine power about the path of destiny. Li Zuamiao's battle had been noticed by Lu Xiaoxian, yet he was unconcerned. He also knew that the immortal gods were immortal and unextinguishable, and he did not wish to get involved in the matters of the celestial court. Guan stood up, stretching his waist in the courtyard. Recently, he rarely stayed in that patch of bamboo forest, deciding to relax for a period, no longer straining his mind on that mysterious state of mind. If you can't figure it out, why not let it go for now? Guan also wanted to be as persistent as Li Ye, but if he couldn't achieve it, he could only give up. If all else fails, it's still not beyond cheating. He would never give up on the ability to evolve lifespan. He always thought he wasn't a genius, and that getting to this day was solely due to his lifespan evolution ability. Even though he had become powerful, he would not deny this fact, nor fakely intend to give up this ability. The reason he would seek enlightenment on his own was to find something to do during the years of storing lifespan. He could take shortcuts to become strong, but he couldn't afford not to understand his power after becoming strong. Gu then casually chatted a bit with Xianxia in front of the artifact refining cauldron, then returned to the house alone. As the moon set and the sun rose, a new day came. Guan walked out of the house, holding a flute, heading out of the courtyard. The dojo was filled with rolling mountains, the green hills and waters grand and picturesque. The floating spirit mist made the world seem more like an immortal realm. Although Guan was already used to the scenery in the dojo, every time he stepped out of the courtyard, he felt a sense of contentment. The many worlds he could see, but what truly belonged to him was the little world within the dojo, where everything brought him satisfaction. He stepped into the forest, enjoying the morning breeze brushing against his face. The flowers and plants by the roadside were vibrant, with a faint hint of spirited beings passing by. Those were spiritual objects formed by the condensation of Tao intent, possessing a degree of spiritual intelligence, but unable to contact living spirits, let alone communicate, merely existing in the same dojo, but not in the same space. Along the way, Guan reached the cliff halfway up the mountain. Looking far ahead, he saw a dozen disciples practicing swordplay by a small river between the mountains some 10 miles away, guided by a fifth-generation disciple. Such scenes were present in several places within the dojo. Wuxia had already formed its Taoist lineage, with complete regulations and order, requiring no effort from Guan. Having developed to the present, Wuxia was no longer just a dojo belonging to Guan alone, but also an embodiment of the disciples' efforts. Over the long years, the second-generation disciples, when traveling outside, had established a very positive image for Wuxia, earning it the reputation of a human world immortal cultivation holy land. Every year, people would come to the edge of the nine-spirit continent seeking to join Wuxia to cultivate immortality. But even entering Wuxia was difficult, let alone becoming a citizen of the nine-spirit dynasty. Guan raised a flute in his hand and spun it with one hand, his gaze already falling on Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao was beginning to fall into a disadvantage. Within the vast river of destiny, the mysterious evil demon was entangled entirely with black chains formed by the path of cause and effect, wielding the long spear to attack Li Xuanmiao. His offensive continued to intensify, forcing Li Xuanmiao to retreat step by step. Li Xuanmiao, hair disheveled, his armor on the verge of breaking, seemed quite in distress, as if heading towards a dead end. Li Xuanmiao furrowed his brows tightly, as the demonic creatures spewing from the mysterious evil demon's mouth were devouring his mana, and now the black chains around the mysterious evil demon were shattering his mana each time they struck. He had exerted every means he possessed, repeatedly deploying all the divine skills and secret techniques at his disposal. The best scenario he managed was to shatter the mysterious evil demon's physical body, yet within a very short time, it would regroup again, leaving him feeling powerless. Could I be defeated? Li Xuanmiao thought with unwillingness in his heart. Being an immortal god, even in death, he could resurrect in the celestial court. Still, he was unwilling for his first battle as an immortal god to end in failure. Hundreds of cultivators trapped in the palm of the mysterious evil demon once again fell into despair. His speed is getting slower. I can barely make out some of his moves. If even the celestial immortal monarch can't deal with this demon, then we're really doomed. Rumor has it that the celestial court is the gathering place for immortal gods. Surely they wouldn't dispatch only one immortal god, right? Do you know what an immortal monarch represents? Currently, all the immortal gods campaigning across the 3,000 great worlds are of a lower immortal position tier than him. Damn it, to think I'd die at the hands of an unknown evil demon without even a name. How frustrating. The cultivators were discussing among themselves, with many remaining silent, their eyes filled with fear. More than death, they feared enduring tortures worse than death. This demon was so powerful, yet it did not kill them, instead taking them somewhere, clearly not allowing them an easy death. Leah had long since come out from his complicated emotions, now filled only with concern, fearing Li Xuanmiao might encounter misfortune. He didn't believe such a coincidental occurrence. With his cultivation level, he could already perceive the cause and effect between people. Being an immortal monarch, Li Xuanmiao was naturally capable of the same. He felt Li Xuanmiao had come specifically to save him, even though they were not well acquainted. But after all, they were of the same lineage. Don't be stupid. Finally reaching immortality, there's no need to fight to the death for us, Leah muttered softly, hoping Li Xuanmiao could hear. At that moment, the mysterious evil demon roared angrily, the chains around its body quickly intertwining, unexpectedly revealing a black coffin. Ia the novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As soon as the black coffin appeared, the surrounding great Daos air currents surged towards it, and even Li Xuanmiao felt a horrible pulling force. Li Xuanmiao, looking at the black coffin larger than the mysterious evil demon itself, was filled with intense unease. The existence within this coffin was undoubtedly very dangerous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 792. The black coffin was suspended behind the mysterious evil spirit, its lid slowly opening amidst the chaos of the great Tao. Even those like Leah, who were held within the palm of the mysterious evil spirit, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They all turned their heads to look and saw the black coffin, larger than the evil spirit itself. From their vantage point, they couldn't even see the top of the coffin. What could be in there? Everyone held a sense of unease that was more torturous than awaiting death. Li Xuanmiao, who was also being pulled by the black coffin's force, sensed something amiss. His intuition told him that if he were to come into contact with that black coffin, it would certainly lead to a bad ending. The lid of the black coffin opened a crack, revealing a darkness even blacker than the void, which upon a single glance seemed to draw one's mind into a never-ending oppressiveness. Li Xuanmiao forcibly withdrew his gaze and glanced toward the right arm of the mysterious evil spirit. He decided to first save those people before his imminent death. His expression suddenly changed, becoming cold and fierce. A gate of light manifested out of thin air behind him, pouring forth an immense amount of celestial Tao destiny, which then flowed into his body, granting him temporary strength to escape the pull of the black coffin. He leapt into the air, moving agilely to the side of the mysterious evil spirit. In his hand, he wielded a divine spear, gathering his most powerful mana, intending to thrust it toward the right arm of the mysterious demon. At that moment, Li Xuanmiao's face changed dramatically. He suddenly found himself in a place of absolute darkness, without the mysterious evil spirit around him, and without the river of destiny beneath his feet. To his horror, he realized he couldn't move. He could only laboriously lift his eyes and see a massive object faintly visible in the darkness above him, which upon closer inspection was indeed the black coffin summoned by the mysterious evil spirit. The black coffin continued to open. How is this possible? Li Xuanmiao's eyes widened. No matter how much effort he exerted, he couldn't move his body or soul. He couldn't distinguish whether he had fallen into an illusion realm or was sealed in another space. As the lid of the black coffin opened further, a black claw covered in scales emerged, grasping the edge of the coffin. This grip sent a jolt through Li Xuanmiao's heart. He began to feel fear. This emotion was beyond his control, swiftly spreading and occupying his entire heart. At this moment, his mind went blank, and he could only gaze dazedly at that black claw. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound came from afar, growing clearer, gradually dispelling the fear in Li Xuanmiao's heart. Li Xuanmiao turned his head to look, but saw nothing. All around was extreme darkness, yet the flute music brought him a sense of peace. Is it you? Li Xuanmiao's gaze became complex. Immortal gods are immortal and indestructible, and venerable Guangfa Taiguang certainly wouldn't take action. The only one who might is his master in the mortal realm. He immediately relaxed, and, when looking again at the black coffin and the emerging black claw, he felt no fear. The darkness was larger than the world itself, and, in its presence, Li Xuanmiao was extremely small. But now, he feared nothing and even showed a playful expression. Even after joining the celestial court and witnessing worlds of higher realms, in his heart, Guan remained the strongest. Even the legendary celestial Tao Venerable or celestial emperor might not be stronger than his master. He knew that expressing such thoughts would make him a laughingstock, but he firmly believed it. Guan did not exude an aura more formidable than venerable Guangfa Taiguang, but Guan's demeanor was so calm and mysterious, giving an impression of profound enigma that no one else could. Boom! The lid of the black coffin was suddenly blasted open, and a terrifying dark shadow seemed ready to burst forth. A strong light descended from above, instantly enveloping the black coffin, scaring the shadow back into the coffin. Then Li Xuanmiao saw an indescribable giant claw descend from the strong light, grasping the black coffin directly. This seemed to be the claw of some divine bird, making the enormous black coffin appear like a small block of wood under its grasp. With a shocked expression, Li Xuanmiao watched as the divine bird's claw, holding the black coffin, vanished into the strong light, coming and going swiftly. Before he could react, the surrounding darkness abruptly shattered, and he found himself back on the river of destiny, with an arm suspended in front of him. The arm of the mysterious evil spirit, with hundreds of cultivators, including Li, is still standing in its palm. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators were looking up, all dumbfounded and trembling all over. The mysterious evil spirit and that black coffin had already vanished without a trace. That claw just now, one cultivator asked in a trembling voice. The mysterious evil spirit was tremendously terrifying, and the earlier battle had already driven them to despair. Yet, unexpectedly, a mysterious bird claw descended and directly dispersed the mysterious evil spirit, taking away that black coffin. Everything happened so fast, it made them doubt if what they had seen was real. No one answered the cultivator's question, but Li Xuanmiao did hear it, which further convinced him that his experience just now was real. Was that my master's mount? But I've never seen him raise any divine birds. Li Xuanmiao looked at the mysterious evil spirit's arm, his mind filled with bewilderment. You have successfully seized 61,982,073,922 years of lifespan from the cause and effect greedy demon. Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm Perfection. Guan looked at the notification in front of him, then lifted his right hand. He stood on the cliff of the Taoist field of the beginningless, facing the vast, spectacular mountain scenery. A bird descended from the sky, which was his Tongxian venerable spirit, the Wuxia divine sparrow. The Wuxia divine sparrow landed on his hand, clutching a small black object with its beak, which was the black coffin, now shrunk to the size of a finger. Guan raised his left hand, took the black coffin, and it enlarged, but still could be held with one hand. There was something inside the coffin. This was an existence more terrifying than the cause and effect greedy demon. With a cultivation level reaching the early stage of Miaozhan Daoyuo, Immortal Realm, 2 major realms higher than Li Xuanmiao, which was the reason Guan took action. Guan temporarily did not intend to destroy the evil demon inside. He found it intriguing, so he squeezed it with his hand, setting a powerful restriction, turning the black coffin into a black plate, which he casually hung on his belt. Then he turned and walked down the mountain, with the Wuxia divine sparrow hopping onto his shoulder. As Guan descended the mountain, he petted it. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he happened to encounter Xianxia. Seeing him, Xianxia immediately saluted, then smiled and asked, "Ancestor, are you taking this divine sparrow out for a stroll again? When will it develop spiritual intelligence?" Ia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Wuxia divine sparrow was brought by Guan from the outside and often flew around in the dojo. All disciples knew it, but none had seen it display its strength, and its aura was also very weak, appearing unimpressive. Guan smiled and replied, "Speaking is not the only sign of developing spiritual intelligence. In fact, it is quite clever and understands all things in the world." And Xianxia nodded, not daring to contradict Guan. He then said, "Ancestor, the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance has an alliance hierarch attempting to attain a golden immortal Tao fruit and has invited great cultivators from all over to observe the tribulation crossing. They also sent an invitation to Wuxia. Should I represent Wuxia in attending to watch?" Mentioning the golden immortal Tao fruit, a peculiar sparkle appeared on his face. This realm had already shaken the immortal cultivation realm, and he had long heard of it, but he didn't know how powerful a golden immortal was and had always aspired to witness it. This time, he also wanted to go see the spectacle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793, Perfection Realm. The celestial spirit Great World is about to birth an innate golden immortal. Although this tribulation crosser comes from another great thousand world, he has already rooted himself in the celestial spirit Great World, and his achievements will also drive the development of the celestial spirit Great World. Even though Guan had foreseen this long ago, The arrival of this moment still made him somewhat emotional. In the past, the celestial spirit Great World had hardly any free immortals, let alone golden immortals. At that time, the Great World was divided into countless little worlds, and the Taoist Xianxia, immortal, hid deep within the void, indifferent to worldly affairs. Now, not only have the Taoist Xianxia immortals appeared in the human world to establish sects or open dojos to teach the Tao, spreading their immortal name widely, even profound Yuan-free immortals are doing the same. Beneath the 3,000 great worlds are countless little worlds, known as the mortal realms. The cultivators in these mortal realms, upon reaching the limits of heaven and earth, will all ascend. Many ascenders of the celestial spirit Great World either merge into the world or continue to rise to legendary status. Every day, splendid events unfold across the land. During Guan's leisure, he always finds matters that pique his interest when he takes a sweeping glance at the world. Since you wish to go, then go. You may take a group of disciples. Decide the number yourself, Guan said to Xianxia with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately flashed a smile, quickly bowed, and thanked him. Ancestor, in your opinion, will that person succeed in breaking through? Xianxia asked curiously. Guan replied, he will succeed. In the future, the world will welcome the era of the golden immortals. In the years to come, each era will be longer, and the changes from one era to another will not be defined by great calamities. Hearing this, Xianxia felt even more eager for the future. Guan did not say more and left with the Wuxia divine sparrow. Xianxia watched him leave and, observing his leisurely demeanor, felt deeply moved. What about golden immortals? The ancestor's cultivation level is much higher than that of golden immortals, yet he never becomes arrogant because of it, nor is he greedy for power. He prefers a quiet pastoral life. Xianxia most admired the ancestor for this ability to remain calm and peaceful. He had once tried to imitate this, but regrettably, after a long time in seclusion, he would always yearn to go out and could never fully convince himself to let go of fame and fortune. Currently, he manages the affairs big and small of Wuxia, and although it is arduous, he finds it meaningful. If he truly let go of the power in his hands, he definitely would feel some reluctance. Guan, with his back to Xianxia, heard the youngster's inner thoughts, and his lips curled into a subtle smile. Since the birth of the first innate golden immortal in the celestial spirit Great World, heaven and earth shook, and the atmosphere in the immortal cultivation realm seemed ready to soar upward. The innate golden immortal preached to all living beings, and the sound of the Tao resonated throughout the entire world, benefiting countless living creatures, and even those mortals who had not cultivated gained many insights. The passage of time accelerated. Guan's range of activity remained within the celestial spirit Great World. If an old friend encountered trouble, he wouldn't personally appear because the Wuxia divine sparrow's intervention was sufficient. The Wuxia divine sparrow could extend his lifespan, which was far more advantageous than avatars or puppets, allowing him to relax more. As the constellations changed and earthly agitations unfolded over countless years, the human world had undergone significant changes. Now arrived at the Taoist beginning era, cultivators soared on celestial inquiries, pursuing higher realms, thus sparking a significant development in Taoist techniques. Great cultivators from all around the world taught the Tao, advancing the celestial Tao destiny in the human world. Hence it was known as the Taoist beginning era. All living beings could feel the rise of the celestial spirit Great World. The future could only become better. Thus it was named beginning, symbolizing that the path toward the great Tao of this great thousand world had only just begun. That year, at the beginning of autumn, nearing noon, Guan appeared out of nowhere within a bamboo forest and walked toward the pavilion among the woods. He had just gone to break through and had now reached the primordial, profound, venerable, immortal realm perfection. The progress from the middle stage to the perfection realm took nearly 30 trillion years of lifespan, reducing his accumulated lifespan over many years to more than 15 trillion years. Although the consumption was great, the effect was significant. The higher the great realm, the greater the gap between small realms. Take the primordial, profound, venerable, immortal, for instance. A mere one-level difference in a minor realm signifies an absolute disparity in strength. Given this, striving for higher realms requires at least having an accumulated lifespan of 1 billion years. 1 billion years should indeed be called 10,000 trillion years. 10,000 trillion years can also be referred to as a quadrillion years. Guan thought about the Xuanzi algorithm of ancient Wuxia, which recorded, in the method of large numbers, 10,000 is called a yi, 10,000 yi is a zhao, 10,000 zhao is a jing, 10,000 jing is a gai, 10,000 gai is a zi, 10,000 zi is a liang, 10,000 liang is a go, 10,000 go is a jian, 10,000 jian is a zheng, 10,000 zheng is a zai. His lifespan number had not yet surpassed the imagination of the ancients of Wuxia, indicating it was still not enough. As Guan reflected, upon reaching the primordial, profound, venerable, immortal realm perfection, his vision expanded once more, allowing him to see more unknown territories and a grander great Tao. He realized that the road ahead was still long. Fortunately, within the known range, no one could threaten him. S.E. the novel F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for the Celestial Emperor and a few Celestial Tao Venerables, their whereabouts were unknown. Perhaps they were exploring more vast and distant domains, having likely grown weary of everything within the Celestial Tao over the long years. Guan strolled back leisurely as usual, making people feel as if he had merely gone out for a brief distraction. Though only away for 2 hours, his power had transformed profoundly. 2 hours, even giving a primordial, profound, venerable, immortal 10 million years or 1 billion years, couldn't result in such progress. Guan's eyes turned toward the 3,000 great worlds. The struggle for the Son of Heaven had reached its final stages, with 90% of the great 1,000 worlds already under the great immortal divine Yuan's command. Xianyuan, human venerable, continued to resist stubbornly, but the outcome was clear, and the immortal gods under his command were restless, feeling anxious about the future. Suyu, who often accompanied Zhongbu Ku, seemed to be plotting something. With him, Guan wasn't worried that Xianyuan human venerable's defeat would implicate Zhongbu Ku. Guan arrived at a small river and stopped just before crossing, looking into the distance where a giant 7-colored light shield stood amidst the mountains, forming its own barrier world. Within, 2 Wuxia disciples were sparring, both being free immortals. This made Guan somewhat sentimental. The 9th-generation disciples already had some reaching the free immortal realm, and though it was the 2 strongest of the 9th generation, it still gave Guan the sense that the era of the Holy Court had become distant. He stood in place, starting to observe intently. His relationship with his disciples and grand disciples wasn't particularly close. He rarely guided his grand disciples' cultivation, but he occasionally viewed their cultivation results. The time needed to achieve free immortal status was becoming increasingly shorter, but the transition from free immortal to Taoist Zhongzhizai immortal still remained long. The reincarnation tribulation was difficult to complete, with countless free immortals stuck at it for millions of years. To bypass the reincarnation tribulation, the only path is to become a primordial Tao Emperor. Because of this, the primordial Tao Emperor has gained high status in the celestial spirit great world, symbolizing ultimate talent. Striving to become a primordial Tao Emperor is equally challenging, but at least for the world's cultivators, it represents a possible path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794, Turning the Tide by sheer effort Gu, and stood by the river for quite a while, then crossed the small river and walked toward the mountain where he resided. An hour later, he entered his courtyard. Coincidentally, Xianxia was also there, discussing a major event of the world with Shenzhen. Guwen had become accustomed. Although Wuxia does not intervene in worldly affairs, he is not completely detached from the world. The disciples always have exchanges with the sects, and whenever a major event occurs in the world, Wuxi's disciples will always make an appearance. Of course, this is also the thought of the sections. Having Wuxi's disciples present, whether to preach or host conferences, will bring prestige and demonstrate one's status. Although Wuxia does not seek domination, countless legends have been passed down since antiquity, and no one dares to shake Wuxi's prestige. Till now, the world has not witnessed the birth of a second innate golden immortal. Do you think the Demon Emperor can succeed? He is still far from the rank of innate golden immortal. But that innate golden immortal claimed he possesses the potential for golden immortal. And at this grand event of the demon race, the Demon Emperor will exhibit the process of breaking through to the profound Yuan free immortal. If successful, he will be the youngest profound Yuan free immortal. That is simply because we, Wuxia, do not compare ourselves with the outside world. Facing Xianxia's curiosity, Shenzhen appeared calm, showing no interest in the Demon Emperor. She glanced at Gu and without paying much attention. Xianxia saluted Guwen, then continued chatting with Shenzhen, and those not knowing might think they were master and disciple. Guwen returned inside, preparing to take a nap. With his cultivation level, he could do without sleep, but recently he enjoyed experiencing the red dust in dreams. In dreams, he crafted a unique life, experiencing it firsthand. He discovered he could make dreams become reality, creating the world from his dreams. However, he is not omnipotent. At least he cannot create a Tao world stronger than his cultivation level. He increasingly believed that the so-called heavens and earth were not products of the great Tao, but were opened up by powerful beings. There is no heaven or earth within the great Tao river. Even if there is, they're the fallen ones entering in, without an original cause and effect relationship. S.E. the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As Guwen fell asleep, Xianxia managed to persuade Shenzhen to accompany her to the demon race's grand event. The Tao treasures in their hands had just been reforged by Guwen. In this world, no one could harm them. Guwen looked at her, his expression serious, and said solemnly, "Some causes and effects are best left unprobed." Otherwise, Shenzhen was stunned by a shift in demeanor. She had never seen Guwen so serious and felt a bit unnerved. "Beware, it'll erase your memory." Guwen revealed a smile, raising his hand to gently tap her forehead. Shenzhen came back to her senses, instantly understanding Guwen was teasing her. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. As she was about to inquire further, and Zizai appeared, bowing to Guwen, saying, "Ancestor, 2 immortal gods have come to visit you. One calls himself Sichuan, Old Immortal, and the other calls himself Tai, Immortal Monarch." Seeing Zizai show up, Shenzhen stopped questioning since Guwen refused to disclose the connection with the Demon Emperor, clearly for a reason. She could only ask privately. "Bring them to the mountain viewing pavilion." Guwen replied, and Zizai immediately disappeared from where he stood. "All right, I have matters to attend to. You should rest first." Guwen left these words behind and departed. His awakening was not merely to greet Shenzhen. Watching his departing figure, Shenzhen clicked her tongue in amazement. "Remarkable. They say demon transformations take reference from appearance they find appealing. Speaking of which, the looks of Celestial Demon Child, Celestial Cyan, Celestial by seemed familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before, elsewhere." Guwen walked all the way to the mountain viewing pavilion. Standing in the pavilion, he gazed at the nearby great waterfall. Before long, Zizai led Sichuan, Old Immortal, and Tai, Immortal Monarch there. Zizai showed great curiosity toward the 2 immortal gods. Although immortal gods are no longer just intangible legends, he had yet to truly interact with immortal gods. Guan nodded slightly at Nzazai, indicating for him to leave. After Nzazai left, Sichuan, old immortal, stood in the pavilion, bowing to Guan and saying, "Please, Ancestor Master Wuxia, intervene and save the world for human venerable." Guan turned around, looking at him, expressionless. Tai Immortal Monarch stood beside Sichuan, old immortal, saying nothing, but observing Gu An's expression. "I am not a celestial court immortal god, nor do I have the ambition to ascend to immortality. Why should I assist him?" Guan asked coldly. This moment, his look imposed immense pressure on Sichuan, old immortal. Compared to last meeting, Sichuan, old immortal felt as if facing another person entirely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, Son of Heaven's Opportunity Facing Gu Anus Inquiry and Gaze. Elder Xianxia suppressed his inner unease and spoke. Although the patriarch does not participate in the struggle for the throne, as long as Wuxia remains in this great thousand world for a day, it is difficult to avoid the ramifications brought by the struggle. If the great immortal divine Yuan wins, the 3,000 great worlds will be destroyed and recreated into the 3,000 great worlds he desires. If Xianyuan succeeds, he will not change the 3,000 great worlds. All he wants is to thwart the provocation from the great immortal divine Yuan. He does not need the 3,000 great worlds to transform into anything else. As Xian spoke these words, his gaze was firmly fixed on Gu, and Tai Immortal Monarch had already heard this narrative, which was also the reason for Tai Immortal Monarch's accompaniment. If the great immortal divine Yuan were victorious and became an enemy of Guan, at that time, should Guan resist, he would face the entire celestial court, and Tai Immortal Monarch would also have to oppose Guan, which would be unacceptable for Tai Immortal Monarch. After all, he had invested so many years of effort and was unwilling for it all to be in vain. The rapid development of the celestial spirit great world has been supported significantly by Tai Immortal Monarch behind the scenes. Looking at Guan, Tai Immortal Monarch's eyes already indicated his stance. Guan responded to the gaze of Elder Xianxia, saying, "I can leave with Wuxia. I can even leave with the celestial spirit great world. The ambition of the great immortal divine Yuan poses no threat to me." Elder Xianxia followed up, saying, "While you are capable of departing with the celestial spirit great world, all living beings are creations of the heavenly Tao, and if the celestial court strips them of their celestial Tao destiny, they will inevitably disperse into ashes." Guan approached the table and sat down, choosing not to respond verbally. Instead, he picked up the teapot and poured himself some tea. Each day, there is new tea at the mountain viewing pavilion, prepared by the ghost mother of ephemera. Even if Guan is not within the dojo, she prepares it personally or dispatches others to do so. Elder Xianxia looked at Guan, waiting for his decision. The sound of the waterfall cascading echoed around the three. Gritting his teeth, Elder Xianxia said, "If the patriarch is willing to intervene, His Highness can agree to any request. This was previously instructed to me by His Highness." Guan sighed and said, "I have no demands. I have finally found a place for peaceful cultivation and enlightenment and have no desire to be disturbed." Upon hearing this, Elder Xianxia felt a hint of delight. The absence of absolute refusal meant there was room for negotiation. If you wish not to be entangled in the cause and effect of the celestial court after this battle ends, I will not report your name to the celestial court. Moreover, you can rest assured, the struggle for the throne relies on individual abilities. The great immortal divine Yuan has also sought many great powers not belonging to the celestial court. Should you be willing to act, His Highness will ensure you bear no trouble and will reward you, even if you do not wish to join the celestial court. However, If your disciple wishes to ascend to immortality, His Highness will absolutely support it. Elder Xianxia spoke thus, observing the number of disciples under Wuxia and noting precedents of ascension, thinking such words might sway Gu, and was evaluating. In his view of the future, Xianyuan Human Venerable was destined to fail. He indeed had the capability to alter fate. He knew Elder Xian spoke truthfully because he had seen the arrival of heavenly soldiers and generals at the celestial spirit great world. He had painstakingly repaired relations with the celestial court, and now there was another obstacle. How could he stand by and do nothing? The reason he agreed to see Elder Xian was that he already had a decision at heart. However, he wanted Xianyuan Human Venerable to know the difficulty of his intervention so that Xianyuan Human Venerable might treat Wuxia disciples in the immortal class kindly in the future. Having reached Gu's realm, personal interest was no longer highly significant. He cared more about those around him and the younger generation. He never hoped for those near him to provide substantial help or benefits. If such were the case, it would indicate he was not strong enough and still required the people around him to perform certain tasks for him. What mattered to him were emotions and his inner desires. Moreover, in his view, the presence of old friends could remind him of the path traveled. Seeing Guan fall into silence, Elder Xian felt increasingly uncertain. He did not understand what Guan was still considering. Tai Immortal Monarch, on the other hand, was secretly excited. Facing the forces of the great immortal divine Yuan, Guan did not refuse outright, which inherently demonstrated his strength. Tai Immortal Monarch began to envision the future. If Guan helped Xianyuan Human Venerable turn the tides, he would have established good relations with Xianyuan Human Venerable, which was undoubtedly beneficial for him. Previously, he did not join the fray because he was uncertain which Son of Heaven would triumph. If it were possible to befriend the victorious Son of Heaven, he certainly would not refuse. Gritting his teeth, Elder Xian took out a golden jade pendant from his sleeve, saying, "This is His Highness' most important token. If you are willing to intervene, this item will be bestowed upon you." This item comes from the Emperor of Heaven and can exempt you from capital punishment by the Celestial Court and grant you a supreme immortal position, an opportunity greatly coveted by sons of heaven. Seeing the jade pendant, Gu's eyelids twitched. This item did not appear in his foresight, indicating it truly represented the power of the Emperor of Heaven. Instinctively, he wanted Elder Xian to quickly put it away to prevent attracting the Emperor of Heaven. But on second thought, within the dojo, cause and effect can be isolated. Why should he fear? Having grown steadily to today, his lifespan evolution abilities could be trusted. A primordial, profound, venerable immortal would indeed cause concern in the Celestial Court. Yet he could rest easy, implying even the Emperor of Heaven could not probe the cause and effect within the dojo. With such a treasure, does Human Venerable still fear failure? Guan did not reach to receive the item, but rather asked. Elder Xian replied, "Human Venerable cares about victory, about the interests of all immortal spirits and mortal spirits supporting him. Rather than face utter destruction, he does not wish to disappoint all who support him." These words led Guan to regard Xianyuan Human Venerable a little higher. Guan spoke, "Since that is the case, I shall assist you, but I will not show myself, and I hope you and Human Venerable do not reveal my existence." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian was overjoyed and immediately expressed gratitude to Gu in, "May I ask, Patriarch, when will you act?" Elder Xian set the golden jade pendant on the table and eagerly asked, "Just relay the message to him. I will act at the appropriate time. I will only help him resolve the battlefield of the 3,000 great worlds. As for the battle between the great immortal divine Yuan and him, I will refrain from involvement," Guan replied. Start the Novelier, an ET website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Naturally, the struggle for the throne cannot be interfered with by a third party. Elder Xian responded, once again paying his respects to Guan, then departed. Tai, Immortal Monarch, did not follow in his footsteps, as Guan gestured for him to sit down. After Elder Xian left, Tai, Immortal Monarch, faced Guan alone, feeling somewhat apprehensive, fearing that bringing Elder Xian might have offended Gu, and Xianyuan Human Venerable's promise is indeed trustworthy. Truly, I also hoped you wouldn't get involved, but the great immortal divine Yuan is more dangerous than Xianyuan Human Venerable. Tai, Immortal Monarch, spoke cautiously, carefully observing Gu An's expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 796. Heavenly Tao Emperor Jade Guan glanced at Tai, Immortal Monarch, and said with a smile, "You need not worry. I am not blaming you." Hearing this, Tai, Immortal Monarch, felt relieved and smiled. Over the years, I've watched your actions. While some things may not matter to me, your intentions are undoubtedly earnest, whether out of ambition or for other reasons. I harbor no dissatisfaction with you. Guan said to Tai, Immortal Monarch, his face graced with a warm smile, a stark contrast to his demeanor when facing the old immortal Zixuan. Tai, Immortal Monarch, was excited by these words and felt deeply moved. He could sense Gu An's sincerity, and he didn't consider it a bad thing that his ambition had been revealed, as he indeed harbored no ill will towards Guan. In fact, after spending so many years in the celestial spirit great world, he had many insights. He found his Tao heart had become more serene, realizing that if immortal gods distanced themselves from all living beings, they would inevitably become arrogant and narrow-minded. Most immortal gods also grew from mortal spirits, and to be arrogant towards mortal spirits is to be arrogant towards one's past self. His own arrogance was why Gu and suppressed him for so many years. Whenever he thought of this, Tai, Immortal Monarch, felt that working for Guan could not impress him, yet what he did was not meaningless, for he gained something himself. Having convinced himself of this, hearing Gu An's praise brought him unexpected joy and even a sense of loyalty akin to a soldier willing to die for a confidant. Guan raised his hand to point at the golden jade pendant on the table and asked, "Are these jade pendants common in the celestial court? If there is only this one, he would have to give it away or always keep in the dojo, never giving it to his disciples." Tai, Immortal Monarch, collected his thoughts and said, "Not many, but I have indeed heard of it. This jade pendant is called the Heavenly Tao Emperor Jade, and only a few sons of heaven favored by his imperial majesty and those with great merit can hear of it. The celestial court actually values merit more, which is why the ranks of immortals differ. Over the long years, one's cultivation level can always be improved, but to bring blessings to all living beings requires genuine effort. Immortal gods receive the incense of all beings and are naturally obligated to protect them. Some immortal gods who accomplish little, no matter how high their cultivation level, will not ascend." Guan shook his head with a laugh and said, "We didn't say that before." Tai, Immortal Monarch, felt embarrassed, cleared his throat, and said, "At that time, my mind was clouded. I always thought finding a patron was easier than accumulating merit. To obtain the Heavenly Tao Emperor Jade, merit cannot be achieved by saving beings once or twice, but must be accumulated through countless accomplishments." Guan nodded and asked, "Then how many Heavenly Tao Emperor Jades do you think there are?" Tai, Immortal Monarch, replied, "At least 1,000, given the countless immortal gods in the celestial court. Even I don't know the exact number." Guan felt relieved. In the future, he could give the Heavenly Tao Emperor Jade to his cherished disciples. Afterward, Guan exchanged a few simple words with Tai, Immortal Monarch, and then let him leave. Before leaving, Tai, Immortal Monarch, hesitated to speak, but ultimately took his leave with a bow. Guan knew what he wanted to ask, but purposely left it unsaid. After Tai, Immortal Monarch, left, Guan raised his eyes to gaze at the celestial vault outside the mountain viewing pavilion and mumbled to himself, The cause and effect of this matter are so great that you cannot hope to conceal it. This time, he intended to eliminate the nefarious formidable creatures of the 3,000 great worlds, granting the living beings of various worlds a chance to rescue the world. Striking in such a manner would certainly yield him an exceptionally vast lifespan. Guin, who relied on growing medicinal herbs for longevity over the years, unexpectedly felt anxious. After all, lifespan reincarnation holds too many past lessons. Rampantly killing to gain strength quickly would invite annihilation by more formidable beings, including the attention of the celestial court. Guin did not plan to involve his true self, but instead used the Wuxia divine sparrow to intervene. As the thought arose, the Wuxia divine sparrow transformed into a beam of white light and flew over to land on the table, then lay down. Guin raised his hand to gently stroke its head, feeling as if he were touching his own head. Within the rolling thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, making the entire world overwhelmingly oppressive, dim, and eerie. The land was barren, the mountains lifeless. Above the mountains, a cloud soared past, carrying a dozen people, among whom Xianxia was present. When we meet His Highness, you all must kneel and do not raise your heads to look at him. Understood? Standing at the front, an elder spoke. He was the Star Monarch, known as Beichen's Star Monarch, and behind him were all world rulers from various great worlds, with Zhu Zai's presence being the weakest and thus the least noticeable. We understand. The masters of the great worlds responded in unison. Faced with the upcoming meeting, they were both excited and anxious, with some feeling uneasy. The most uneasy was Xianxia, who always felt that meeting the Son of Heaven was not a good thing. She didn't want to come, but as the overt world ruler of the Taiwei Great World, she had no option but to come. Her great cultivators wished not to miss this opportunity, but did not dare to replace her. Xianxia could only strive to calm herself, not wanting to appear cowardly. Soon, a colossal stone hall appeared ahead, far larger than any mountain in the world. CTH novel F. Ire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the stone hall, while Beichen's Star Monarch accelerated his cloud-soaring technique. They swiftly rode the clouds into the stone hall. The hall's passage was immensely broad, its ends shrouded in darkness, discouraging prolonged gazes. Flying forward for a while, Beichen's Star Monarch's voice echoed, "Lower your heads." Upon hearing this, everyone inclined their heads downward, not daring to look ahead, Xianxia included. A few seconds later, the auspicious cloud landed and quickly dissipated. Xianxia felt the ground beneath her feet, and her heart raced with anxiety. "Your Highness, these people are the masters of the Great Thousand World, whose foundations rank in the top 20 among the 3,000 great worlds." Upon hearing Beichen's Star Monarch's voice, Xianxia and the others knelt down, their foreheads touching the ground, afraid to accidentally look up. A lazy voice sounded, uttering just one word, yet it brought a boundless sense of oppression to everyone present. Zhu Zai's heartbeat quickened, and she subconsciously envisioned the Son of Heaven's visage in her mind. At this moment, her Tao fruit trembled, plunging her into an unprecedented state of unease. It's hard to imagine how high the realm of the Son of Heaven is, that merely uttering a single word could instill such fear. It wasn't just her. The world rulers on her left and right were equally affected. Even those whose cultivation had reached the innate golden immortal realm, all felt as powerless as ordinary mortals. "Your Highness, we are close to bringing the 3,000 great worlds into our fold. Do you have any instructions?" Beichen's Star Monarch inquired respectfully. The voice of the Son of Heaven followed. "I have but one requirement. Ensure the beings of the 3,000 great worlds worship me. If they fail to satisfy me, with a flick of my finger, I shall annihilate the world. All beings related to this realm will vanish into nothingness, their souls dispersed, their bodies and Tao extinguished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 797. The so-called hope, a flick of the finger to annihilate the world. Souls shatter and scatter. Life ends, doubt disappears. Zhu Shi listened to the great immortal divine Yuan's words, feeling as if she were in an icy cellar, her spine chilled. This son of heaven was even more arrogant and brutal than she had anticipated, filling her with worry about her future. Following such a son of heaven, even if they won, it seemed unlikely to end well. Beichen Star Monarch's voice rang out. They will do it. Before coming here, Beichen Star Monarch had instructed all the masters of the great worlds to speak as little as possible and to agree to anything the Son of Heaven demanded without refusal. The great immortal divine Yuan responded, and immediately Zhu Shi felt a powerful and warm force envelop her, an endless stream of Tao spiritual qi and true meaning of the great Tao surged from all directions, causing her vestment robe to billow. Strands of her hair floated up, and her lowered head showed a look of surprise. No matter how much she feared the great immortal divine Yuan in her heart, at this moment, she felt delighted by the opportunity she received. Not just her, but the other masters of the great worlds felt the same, believing they made the right gamble. At least for now, they have already benefited. Zhu Shi quickly felt a strong dizziness, causing her to lose consciousness rapidly. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhu Shi seemed to have had a very long dream, as if she experienced another life. But this life was different from a mortal's life, consisting only of continual enlightenment. When her consciousness awakened, she opened her eyes and found herself still in that dim great hall, surrounded by a mist of silver blue. Not just her, but the other masters of the great worlds were in the same condition. Some had already awakened and were cultivating, while others were still lying on the ground, not yet awake. Zhu Shi looked forward, and on the steps ahead was a gigantic, unoccupied treasure throne, while Beichen Star Monarch stood before it, gazing into the distance, seemingly spying on something. She retracted her gaze, then got up and began to meditate in place. As she closed her eyes again, the insights from before erupted in her mind. Her understanding of the 3,000 great Tao was insanely enhancing, and even her cultivation level was rapidly increasing. The silver-blue mist surrounding her was Tao spiritual qi, more advanced than the Tao spiritual qi of the 3,000 great worlds, making her so immersed that she couldn't extricate herself. Meanwhile, Beichen Star Monarch frowned deeply, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment and doubt. What is that? In the bright celestial vault, a magnificent palace stood above the sea of clouds, with immortal gods constantly flying in and out. Inside the palace, Xianyuan human venerable sat on the emperor's throne, with one hand supporting his face and the other tapping lightly on the armrest. From his furrowed brows, he appeared anxious. A figure flew into the hall. The light dispersed, and Sichuan the old immortal revealed his true form. Taking a few steps forward, he said, "Your Highness, he has agreed." Upon hearing this, Xianyuan human venerable jumped up with a look of surprise and immediately asked, "How did he say it?" Sichuan the old immortal recounted all his exchanges with Guan word for word, and after listening, Xianyuan human venerable also calmed down, slowly sitting down. "He indeed is an extraordinary great power. I have implicated him," Xianyuan human venerable remarked with emotion. Back then, when he held the advantage, he invited Guan, who politely declined. Now, as he reaches his downfall, Guan instead extends a helping hand for the celestial spirit great worlds, all living beings. Filling him with admiration for Gu, and Sichuan the old immortal nodded, sensing that Guan indeed disliked trouble, even hesitating when presented with the heavenly Tao Emperor Jade. Xianyuan human venerable followed up with the question, "Can he truly turn the tide alone?" Sichuan the old immortal replied helplessly, Now only he is willing to act. Those Supreme Immortals are unwilling to intervene at this time. Even that Supreme One refuses to send disciples to aid you, and there's no response from other realms. Xianyuan, human venerable, was silent. Sichuan, the old immortal, also felt conflicted inside, but he understood that it wasn't because those powerful beings were too ruthless, but rather that in everyone's eyes, Xianyuan, human venerable, was indeed destined to lose. Even though he had gained Gu An's consent, Sichuan, the old immortal, merely felt there was hope for a comeback, without absolute confidence. The great immortal divine Yuan's forces had too many great powers, coupled with 90% of the 3,000 great worlds already under the great immortal divine Yuan's control, making it seem that this struggle for the Son of Heaven was already over. Did he mention when he would make a move? Xianyuan, human venerable, asked again. Sichuan, the old immortal, shook his head, saying, "He said he will choose the timing himself." Xianyuan, human venerable, frowned, feeling uncomfortable with this passive predicament. Before this struggle for the Son of Heaven began, he had been very popular in the celestial court, facing any immortal position with composure and nobody refusing his requests. Now he had not yet returned to the celestial court, but already felt the pressure from it, with everything he once had gradually slipping away, and those who once showed kindness perhaps now looking on coldly, watching him fall into the abyss. Xianyuan, human venerable, took a deep breath, trying hard to adjust his emotions. Just then, he heard a wailing sound, causing him to raise an eyebrow involuntarily, and he looked outside the hall, asking, "What is that sound?" Sichuan, the old immortal, was also startled, turned to look. A breeze blew outside the hall, stirring his white hair. In his pupils, a dim void was reflected, with a silver light cutting through the darkness. "What is that?" Sichuan, the old immortal's divine sense locked onto a great thousand world captured by the great immortal divine Yuan. That great thousand world had plunged into utter darkness, the demonic mist forming clouds, obscuring the sun, and the land desolate, littered with white bones. A gigantic divine sparrow carrying a seven-colored glow flew into this great thousand world, dispelling the darkness. Amidst a pile of rubble, there were dozens of human race cultivators meditating and healing. The silver light sprinkled on them, and they instinctively looked up, witnessing an unforgettable sight. It was a silver-white divine bird with wings spanning the sky, its long tail feathers bearing a seven-colored glow, like a rainbow unfurling. The eyes of the human race cultivators flickered with a peculiar light, and upon seeing such a majestic divine bird, hope and longing were born in their hearts involuntarily. In this dark era, with demons rampant, living was so hard, and all living beings yearned for hope, longing to see the light of day again. Yet the immortal gods did not aid them. Xianxia showed them no favor. Under their gaze, the silver-white divine bird flew towards the horizon, in the direction where the demonic qi was the densest. Sia than a fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The ground began to quake. A familiar yet terrifying aura erupted from afar. Clearly, this silver-white divine bird had alarmed that demon. Could it be that the immortal gods have arrived? Nonsense. Those demons are mere minions of the immortal gods. It should be a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Though the immortal gods do not pity all living beings, heaven and earth do, for those demons hail from outer heaven. I wonder if it can prevail over those demons. The human race cultivators glanced at the silver-white divine bird, whispering anxiously, fearing the shattering of hope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 798. Under the gaze of dozens of cultivators, a monstrous fog rose at the end of the world, its length and width immeasurable, seemingly swallowing half the sky. In the endless darkness appeared a pair of terrifying eyes, like two blood moons, oppressive and eerie. Dozens of cultivators felt their hearts race with fear, but when the gallant silver bird's majestic form entered their sight, their terror instantly dissipated a great deal. The silver-white divine bird showed no fear. As its divine wings vibrated, it did not stir up winds, seeming not to belong to this world, making it appear all the more agile. Suddenly, the silver-white divine bird abruptly accelerated, transforming into a rainbow of 7 colors, charging into the massive black fog, causing the heavens and earth to erupt with dazzling radiance, compelling dozens of cultivators to instinctively close their eyes, unable to look directly ahead. Roar! A hysterical roar echoed in their ears, deafening, yet they were no longer afraid, because within those roars they heard despair. Those unyielding, supremely cruel, evil demons were in despair. What inspiring thing! Above the grand hall, Xianxia human venerable stood before the throne, and together with Elder Xianxia, watched in the same direction. They all saw the silhouette of the Wuxia divine sparrow. Is it the ancestor Master Wuxia taking action? This bird is truly formidable. Xianxia human venerable could not help but speak, his tone full of surprise. Elder Xianxia did not turn around. He steadily watched that great thousand world, seeing Wuxia divine sparrow press forward, annihilating all evil demons that obstructed its path. His heart equally stirred. It seemed the ancestor Master Wuxia is not just talk. With such a divine bird, who can resist? After all, being an immortal monarch, he cannot discern the cultivation level of this divine bird. Not only him, Xianxia human venerable could not see through it either, which is why they felt invigorated, sensing hope to reverse the situation. Wuxia divine sparrow moved swiftly, only making a round through that great world and vanquishing all evil demons within. These demons hailed from chaos, yet facing Wuxia divine sparrow, no divine skills they performed could shake its form. Instead, they were burned to ashes by its overwhelming flames of 7 colors. Unstoppable. After destroying the evil demons of this great world, Wuxia divine sparrow flew outside the heavens, crossing the void, directly descending upon the next great world. This world was likewise occupied by the great immortal divine Yuan, and all beings were in distress. The rainbow light drove away the darkness, bringing light to all beings, bringing hope to Xianxia human venerable. However, Xianxia human venerable and Elder Xianxia saw an endless stream of great powers, evil demons, approaching Wuxia divine sparrow. The moment Wuxia divine sparrow appeared, it alarmed the immortal gods under the great immortal divine Yuan. In this contest for the celestial mandate, some immortal gods were responsible for overseeing the entire situation, immediately detecting any changes. Upon arriving at the second great thousand world, spatial black holes continuously appeared in the dark celestial vault. Mighty heavenly soldiers and generals, members of the Mo Luo clan, and possessors of demon god bodies appeared, densely packed, quickly surrounding Wuxia divine sparrow. Even in the stone hall, Beichen Star Monarch saw this scene. He frowned, watching the magnificent Wuxia divine sparrow, feeling a sense of unease. The battle in the 3,000 great worlds was not his concern. His current responsibility was to oversee the master of the great world within the hall. What on earth is the origin of this bird? Why have I never seen it before? Beichen Star Monarch muttered to himself, continuing to observe, but the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. Even when encircled by 1,000,000 opponents, that divine bird did not stop. It was completely unstoppable. Those he deemed formidable could not withstand the divine bird, their attacks utterly ineffective. You successfully seized 908,762,431 years of lifespan from Night Demon Monarch, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. You successfully seized 32,870,871,107 years of lifespan from Su Qioma, late stage of Hengtian Golden Immortal Realm. You successfully seized 64,592,883 years of lifespan from Heavenly Falling Star, late stage of Innate Golden Immortal Realm. One prompt after another popped up before Gu An's eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, those daring to participate in the Celestial Mandate struggle mostly have known their fate and had to take a gamble to avoid death. Immortal gods could not grant him lifespan, but fortunately, there were enough evil demons. Gu An's life span began to surge wildly, even making his Tao heart ripple. To him, the lifespan was like the experience bar in a game, concerning his strength. Seeing the experience bar shoot up at an unprecedented pace, he felt both exhilarated and somewhat anxious. Even though he was killing evil demons of the most despicable kind, killing too many could become burdensome. S.E. the novel, F. Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He could only think that he was helping the 3,000 great worlds, and with Xianyuan human venerable around, the Celestial Court would not hold him accountable. Although he already possessed the ability to face the Celestial Court, Guan still did not want to prematurely become its enemy. The Celestial Emperor was his imaginary foe. Not that he necessarily wanted to battle the Celestial Emperor, but he had to ensure he possessed the effortless strength to eradicate the Celestial Emperor before he could completely disregard the Celestial Court. Guan stood up, preparing to take a walk in the dojo to disperse his focus. But the speed at which his lifespan increased was faster than he imagined. When he reached the foot of the mountain, new prompts appeared before him. Your lifespan has broken through 10 trillion years for the first time, unlocking the lifespan inheritance feature. Lifespan inheritance. You can freely choose to consume a certain number of lifespans to conduct lifespan inheritance. You will enter the vanished Enlightenment Seeker Dojo to listen to their teachings. The grade of the dojo corresponds to the lifespan you consume, with a minimum consumption of 100 billion years per session. Not an upgrade to the previous lifespan feature? Looking at the 100 billion years consumption bottom line, Guan felt it was a trap. There once was a time when 100 billion years was a lifespan number he could only aspire to. No, can't use it recklessly. Guan thought silently. He had already unlocked lifespan detection, lifespan barrier, lifespan deduction, life expectancy prediction, lifespan fusion, lifespan reincarnation, lifespan simulation, lifespan dojo, lifespan breakthrough, lifespan projection, and lifespan inheritance. Many of these features he rarely used, but he would never consider them too few. Some things can go unused, but cannot be absent. Guan moved along the small river at the foot of the mountain, his gaze shifting towards the 3,000 great worlds. Wuxia divine sparrow flew over one great thousand world after another, attracting the pursuit of great immortal divine Yuan's minions, while immortal gods were ceaselessly obliterated and resurrected, continuously returning to battle. Meanwhile, the Mo Luo clan was frightened, and the number of those going to support dwindled. Various sects of the Great Thousand Worlds dared not rashly participate, and Guan did not make things difficult for them because they had no choice. Exhausting and eradicating all evil demons and immortal gods, each Great Thousand World would naturally return to peace. After the calamity, each world's sects would need to govern and restore the heavens and earth. Arriving at a valley, Guan saw Nzizai teaching a disciple a lesson. The disciple was a young man, kneeling before Nzizai. Facing the stern Nzizai, the disciple wore a defiant expression, meeting his gaze without fear. Guan became intrigued. Nzizai's prestige within the Wuxia far exceeded Nzin's. With Nzizai not present, the disciples feared him most. Yet there was a disciple daring to be stubborn with Nzizai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799, Major Variables. Do you still not realize your mistake? And Zazai glared angrily at the disciple, kneeling in front of him, and shouted somberly. The disciple looked up, gritting his teeth, and said, "What mistake did I make?" That person relied on his family's influence to bully others. As a Wuxia disciple, I ought to take action when I see such things. Do you not know the rules of the Wuxia sect? Wuxia disciples must not interfere in the affairs and grievances on the continent. If you encounter injustice, you can report it to the officials. With your status as a Wuxia disciple, no one would dare neglect you. Reporting to the officials, who merely evade responsibility, what is the point? Is my cultivation not meant to punish the wicked and eradicate evil? Are you questioning Wuxia, questioning the Nine-Spirit dynasty? I'm not questioning. It's just that when I encounter it, I cannot let it go. Watching the two confront each other, Guan also understood the ins and outs of the situation and simultaneously gained a clear impression of the disciple. This disciple was named Xianxia, the 8th-generation disciple of Wuxia, born on the Nine-Spirit continent. His family was relatively happy. Although his talent was not the strongest, he was born with an overwhelming sense of justice, always stepping in to help when he saw injustice. This drew the attention of Duan Li. Duan Li inherited the destiny-defying divine skill modified by Guan, and through continuous passing of skills, his cultivation ranked among the top in Wuxia. Xianxia was his direct disciple, but he did not inherit the destiny-defying divine skill. Instead, he was personally taught by Zazai, and Zazai treated him as his own flesh and blood, only falling short of imparting the myriad supreme palm to him. On the surface, the Nine-Spirit continent seemed harmonious, but in places with many people, injustice inevitably arises. Human nature is also unpredictable. Even at the foot of Wuxia, unjust events still happen. Whenever the suffering came to kneel before Wuxia Mountain's gate, and Zazai would send people to aid them, he didn't want Wuxia disciples to interfere too much in worldly affairs, as this would accumulate more conflicts and alter the disciples' mindset. After all, Wuxia was an immortal cultivation arena, not a product of power. Seeing Xianxia still stubborn, and Zazai, irritated, wanted to slap him, but his right hand hovered over his head, unable to come down. "You truly want to anger me to death." And Zazai scolded with glaring eyes. As he was about to speak harshly, he suddenly noticed Guan walking towards them. His anger dissipating instantly, he hurriedly sidestepped Xianxia and approached Guan. Xianxia instinctively turned to look, and when he saw Guan, his face changed dramatically. He immediately bowed his head, his heart suddenly in turmoil. He was not familiar with the ancestor, but had met him a few times. Although they didn't have much interaction, he admired the ancestor the most. Thinking he might embarrass himself in front of the ancestor threw his heart into chaos. However, he did not regret it. He believed he hadn't done anything wrong. Even if he were expelled from Wuxia, he wouldn't regret it. "Do you intend to strike your junior?" Guan came to Zazai and asked with a smile, and before his eyes, messages about seizing lifespan kept popping up, putting him in a very pleasant mood. And Zazai almost broke into a cold sweat hearing this. He helplessly said, "Who told him to be so stubborn?" He narrated what Xianxia had done, seemingly angry, yet his tone unavoidably conveyed a sense of gratification. Xianxia was righteous, loved to fight against injustice, and refused to yield. A disciple like this was rarely found even at the Wuxia dojo. Though Wuxia disciples were not evil, because of countless years of transmission, most had developed a detached attitude, put harshly, indifference. And Zazai understood Guan's constraints were out of fear that the disciples would become too indulgent, so he was in no position to judge whether the rules of Wuxia were right or wrong. He needed to follow Guan's established rules. He's quite good like this. Different ways should be allowed. As long as one is wholeheartedly benevolent, it's not necessarily bad. If you want to forge him, why not let him go out and train? Guan, smiling, commented. Somehow, looking at Xianxia reminded him of his reincarnation body, Xianxia, who also loved to stand against injustice, unyielding, though not as impetuous as Xianxia. Speaking of which, Leah also possessed a sense of justice, but Leah acted with more discretion, never being stubbornly fixated. He idles around every day. If he wants to cultivate to the Zizai immortal realm, he may still need some time. And Zizai shook his head and sighed. It's all right. Let him go ahead. Consider it an exception. Guan waved his sleeve with a generous laugh, but his words instead made Zizai hesitate. And Zizai hesitated in speaking, and Guan, reading his thoughts, reproached, I say training means training. I never beat around the bush. I also want to see if, after experiencing the red dust, he will still maintain such a pure heart. I am very much looking forward to it. With that, Guan walked towards the distant mountains and forests, his gaze gliding over Xianxia's back without a trace. And Zizai froze, then grew delighted and promptly bent in salute towards Guan. After Guan disappeared into the forest, and Zizai approached Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was apprehensive, uncertain if the ancestor's arrangement was to train him or to suppress his spirit. And Zizai looked down at him and said, You heard him. Prepare to go out and train. As for when to return, I won't limit you, but you must stay outside for at least 1,000 years. Xianxia, fearless, responded loudly, All right, I will never let you or the ancestor down. His words sounded like a promise, but his tone seemed to oppose Zizai. And Zizai glared at him, urging, Hurry up and get out of here. Xianxia knelt and bowed to Zizai, then stood up and left. Be sure to inform your master first. And Zizai instructed. Upon hearing this, Xianxia waved his hand as he walked away without looking back. Xianxia, the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Watching his back, and Zizai's stern expression faded, replaced by anticipation. How many years had it been? It was the first time the ancestor personally arranged for a disciple to train, also anticipating whether this boy would change his will. I hope you truly remain as repulsed by evil as you claim. If you maintain it, you will turn the tide, which is also the good fortune a righteous heart should have. And Zizai thought silently, having realized a deeper meaning. If Xianxia returns and earns Guan's commendation and inheritance, it will inspire other disciples to foster a spirit of goodwill and guide them towards the direction Wuxia should take. But then again, the ancestors seemed so happy. What exactly happened? And Zizai turned to watch where Guan had gone, curious about what had transpired. Meanwhile, Guan continued along the mountain path, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves, falling upon him. The prompts in front of him had not ceased. His lifespan had already increased to an astonishing degree. He even felt that after this battle, he could pursue a higher realm. Of course, it would be best to lay low for now. If he broke through again, even amidst chaos, it might alarm the entire celestial court, possibly rousing the celestial emperor from his immersion in reincarnation. At that moment, Guan raised an eyebrow. A turn of events occurred in the battle across the 3,000 great worlds. Even such beings are joining the fight. This was an occurrence never before seen in the previous fates, indicating something extraordinary lay behind the great immortal divine Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Xianxia, old immortal, stroked his beard and laughed, saying that the celestial court also had powerful divine beasts and immortal beasts, but such a mighty existence as the Wuxia divine sparrow was rare, and even Xianxia, old immortal, despite living countless years, had never seen such a majestic presence. Cultivation. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Wuxia divine sparrow was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the 3,000 great worlds, using its own radiance to tear apart the darkness, enshrouding the great thousand world, incinerating the world's evil demons, advancing relentlessly, unstoppable. There are indeed many clever people. Xianyuan Human Venerable smirked mockingly. Those living beings and evil demons without celestial destiny from the celestial court dared not approach the Wuxia divine sparrow. Only the heavenly soldiers and generals pressed on, unafraid of death. Xian, old immortal, responded. When those immortal gods die enough times, even their courage will dissipate. Immortal gods might be immortal, but they cannot be resurrected continuously. Each resurrection consumes their celestial destiny, and when exhausted, a decline in cultivation level is the least. Severely, they might lose their immortal position, and those immortal gods wouldn't risk their lives for the great immortal divine Yuan to such an extent. Xianyuan Human Venerable nodded. The situation was favorable, which also improved his mood greatly. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. Xian, old immortal, also sensed something. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? What is this aura?" An overwhelming celestial might, far beyond his cultivation level, was descending upon the 3,000 great worlds, oppressing the living beings of every world, including those of the celestial spirit great world. Which celestial Tao Venerable wants to aid the great immortal divine Yuan? Is this permissible? Xian, old immortal, anxiously asked, feeling it unfair that when the tides were about to turn in their favor, a celestial Tao Venerable came to support the great immortal divine Yuan. The celestial throne struggle does not allow celestial Tao Venerables to intervene. The most important test is to win over the mortal spirits. Ancestor Master Wuxia lacks celestial destiny, which is within the rules. Xianyuan Human Venerable's face was solemn as he stated, "It's not a venerable, it's a supreme immortal, one of the strongest among the supremes. Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal." These words fell like a heavy hammer, rendering Xian, old immortal, silent. The Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal is known as the pinnacle of immortals, and beyond that, even though still named immortal, they transcend that realm, becoming akin to the great Tao itself. In the celestial court, the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal is also a supremely powerful presence. Xian, old immortal, thought of those Tao Extreme Daluo Immortals who remain as supremes, feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down. Those beings remain as supremes only due to insufficient merit or previous misaligned allegiance. They have become reclusive and unpredictable due to various reasons, making Xian, old immortal, feel as though he was walking on the edge of a knife around them. After a while, Xian, old immortal, managed to squeeze out a question. "Your Highness, will Ancestor Master Wuxia take action against Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal?" Xianyuan Human Venerable did not answer. His pupils reflected the form of the Wuxia divine sparrow. The Wuxia divine sparrow seemed unaware of the arrival of the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal. Continuing to press forward, the immortal gods along the way were like countless light stars disintegrating upon contact, unable to halt its advance. Within the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guven continued to wander, no longer seeing lifespan prompts before him, as now all the enemies besieging the Wuxia divine sparrow were immortal gods, which left him slightly regretful. Even the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal wants to participate in the celestial throne struggle. It seems that no matter how high the cultivation level, there are times when one cannot see through the situation. Guwen thought silently. Though he did not consider the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal a threat, he couldn't help but reflect upon seeing the involvement of a Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal. In the endless Tao Mountain, the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal was a supreme existence. Even immortal gods were willing to listen to their teachings. Tao Extreme Daluo Immortals possessed vast divine skills, capable of traversing past and future, even creating worlds. Theoretically, such beings should have found freedom, Yet why engage in great cause and effect? Xianyuan, human venerable, holds the celestial emperor's heavenly Tao Emperor Jade. Could it be that behind the great immortal divine Yuan, there's a will challenging the celestial emperor? It seems that even the Tao extreme Daoyuo immortals in the celestial court cannot achieve true freedom. A figure appeared out of thin air before Guin. It was an exit. Her eyes already turned into a mortal emperor's eye, her purple pupils exuding such a sinister depth unfathomable. Master, is there a formidable enemy approaching? An Xian asked with a frown. She had been in seclusion for enlightenment, but suddenly felt an unsettling aura. Her divine sense dispersed, discovering that all living beings in the world felt it, some becoming uneasy, some fearful, and some confused. Guin stopped his steps, looked up, and said, "It's not aiming at the celestial spirit great world. That individual intends to seize the 3,000 great worlds. Who is it and why do this? An immortal god, probably here for the celestial throne struggle." Guin's response deepened a frown on Zin's brow. Chapter 801. Facing Zin's gaze, Guin remained expressionless and said nothing, which made an Xian have to look up again at the dim celestial vault. The entire world suddenly darkened. The all-living beings of the nine-spirit continent were in an uproar. The noise was deafening. Even under the protection of Wuxia, it was like this, let alone the outside world. The multitudes were terrified and uneasy. Countless great cultivators came to outer heaven, discovering that the celestial Tao light layer covering the celestial spirit great world had turned dark, which was why the world was in night. Looking at the pitch-black celestial Tao light layer, all the great cultivators felt a chill on their backs, always feeling that a catastrophe was imminent, which made everyone feel oppressed. Other great thousand worlds were similarly enveloped in an atmosphere of panic. In the distant darkness, that hand slowly retracted, bringing the fist to the chest. It belonged to a man in white robes, his figure tall, white hair casually draping, with a white jade head ornament on his forehead. His face was handsome, but his brows exuded a coldness. He seemed like a cold and ruthless ruler, even as he held the 3,000 great worlds in his hands, causing countless creatures to fear. His expression did not change in the slightest. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, focusing on his right fist. Silvery flames seeped through the gaps of his fingers, causing this Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal to feel a burning pain, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He then opened his right fist, and silver flames surged in his palm, like a mountain flood, rushing into the dark void. Saw the novel Fire. N.E. *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The white-robed Daoyuo immortal raised his gaze to see a magnificent figure manifesting within the vast silver flames. It was the Wuxia divine sparrow. The Wuxia divine sparrow rapidly expanded, its wings spreading out with gusts of air, fluttering the white-robed Daoyuo immortal's robes, looking down upon him. In front of the Wuxia divine sparrow, the white-robed Daoyuo immortal was as small as sand before Mount Tai. The white-robed Daoyuo immortal looked up at the Wuxia divine sparrow, with his right hand still held at his chest, with a dense number of spots of light hovering above his palm, and those were the 3,000 great worlds. Holding the 3,000 great worlds, his aura was so steady that he wasn't suppressed by the Wuxia divine sparrow. "Who are you, with such cultivation level, yet not belonging to the celestial court? Perhaps you and I have met before." The white-robed Daoyuo immortal spoke, his tone exuding a sense of supremacy. His left hand covered with Tao extreme patterns, each containing profound, true meaning of the great Tao, instantly presenting the 3,000 great Tao in the dark void, transforming into great rivers of the Tao, rapidly surrounding them. The great rivers of the Tao intertwined, countless world scenes reflected in each great river of the Tao. After blocking Wuxia divine Sparrow's retreat, the white-robed Luo immortal's left hand then manifested a large fan made of peacock feathers, which he waved at the Wuxia divine Sparrow. A violent Tao true fire rose out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the Wuxia divine Sparrow, occupying the space within the confines of the great rivers of the Tao. The firelight shone on the face of the white-robed Luo immortal, with flames burning in his pupils. Suddenly, silver light burst out from the sea of fire, swiftly covering his pupils. Boom! The celestial vault of the 3,000 great worlds suddenly became bright, turning night into day, and even brighter than the usual daytime. And Xian saw the celestial vault brighten suddenly. Her heart tightened even more. As her immortal emperor's eye was in intense disquiet. Her intuition told her that if she leapt to outer heaven now, something terrifying surely awaited her. Guan retracted his gaze and turned to leave. And Zin's gaze followed him, and she saw the world dim down to the usual daylight brightness. But compared to before, it seemed somewhat dusky. Seeing her master depart, she knew the mysterious struggle in outer heaven had concluded. The unease brought by the immortal emperor's eye quickly dissipated. She was full of confusion in her heart, what had happened, and what kind of existence had released the previous aura. Meanwhile, Xianyuan, human venerable, and Ci, Xian, elder immortal, stood in the grand hall, nervously waiting. They couldn't see the battle beyond the heavens, for the celestial Tao destiny had been severed. They suddenly felt the aura of that Tao extreme Luo immortal disappear abruptly. The celestial Tao light layer of the 3,000 great worlds quickly returned to normal. Could it be? Sai, Xian elder immortal began excitedly, but didn't finish, fearing another mishap. Xianyuan, human venerable, was shocked, murmuring, "How is it possible so quickly?" His mind was in turmoil. He had suspected the ancestor Master Wuxia to be strong, but he had not expected this strong. To drive off a Tao extreme Luo immortal in such a short time, and one from a celestial court at that. He followed with a sense of awe. Such a great power was actually willing to support him. Fortunately, he hadn't been too overbearing when facing the ancestor Master Wuxia earlier. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't have walked out of the Taoist field of the beginningless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 29,681,470/231 quadrillion 532,584,321,418,460. Physique: primordial infinite creation Tao body. Cultivation level: primordial profound venerable immortal realm perfection. Guan's lifespan increased to 230 trillion years. When he broke through the 100 trillion years lifespan, he didn't activate new lifespan abilities or upgrade opportunities, but he didn't mind, as he was enjoying the joy brought by the enormous lifespan. Breaking through to the next great realm is secure. Guan was overjoyed, but worry followed. Today, the Wuxia divine Sparrow slaughtered far too many evil demons, and their cultivation levels were not low, involving unimaginable cause and effect. Now, lifespan alerts continuously appeared before Guan's eyes, not to seize lifespan, but to predict life expectancy in determining cause and effect nemesis. The life expectancy prediction is indeed a good thing. At least it gives him a sense of crisis. No matter how high his cultivation, seeing these endless enemies was inevitably disconcerting. Guan shook his head, ready to fish to soothe his mood. The 9 spirit continents' dusk was beautiful, with birds flying across the sky like they carried hope. Everything appeared so harmonious. In the distance, within a valley, Tai, immortal monarch, and the 72 immortals of Jin Dong stood on the grass. Looking up at the celestial vault, their gaze directed toward the other great thousand world, all immortal gods' faces filled with shock. Did it really turn around? Who on earth is that divine sparrow? So terrifying, those chaos, evil demons. Immortal gods turned to ash before it. The one who earlier concealed the heavenly secret must be an even more terrifying existence. That divine sparrow disappeared for a while. When it returned, the heavenly secret resumed. Something must have happened in between. Human Venerable actually still had such means hidden. The 72 immortals of Jindong talked excitedly, not because they supported Xianyuan Human Venerable, but seeing him, seemingly defeated, suddenly reverse a defeat lasting millions of years within one day was so thrilling, making them inevitably excited. Purple Dragon Star Monarch noticed Tai, Immortal Monarch, remaining silent. Wondering what he was thinking, his brow furrowed. Unable to hold back, he transmitted his voice to inquire. Immortal Monarch, do you know the origin of that divine sparrow? Tai, Immortal Monarch, turned back, glancing sideways at him, which made his heart tremble with excitement. Could it be? Purple Dragon Star Monarch thought of something. He got excited as well, recalling his experience upon coming to the celestial spirit great world. It felt dreamlike. It was not the first time he was shocked by Ancestor Master Wuxi's cultivation. Who on earth is this person? He suddenly suspected Ancestor Master Wuxia to be an avatar of a celestial Dao Venerable. Only this possibility made sense. Going forward, build the celestial spirit great world well. It will be our greatest opportunity. Tai, Immortal Monarch, said solemnly, making Purple Dragon Star Monarch nod. Don't be fooled by Tai, Immortal Monarch's calm demeanor. Inside, he's laughing uncontrollably. Such cultivation, even if unrelated to the celestial court, will inevitably make one a supreme, immortal, celestial Dao Venerable. Judging by Gu and allowing his disciple to ascend to immortality, he bore no enmity toward the celestial court, coupled with his attitude toward all living beings. Following such a person, Tai, Immortal Monarch, was at ease, filled with infinite anticipation. After gambling so many times, he finally gambled right this time. In the dim great hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. All masters of the great world stood, no longer reminiscing about previous insights. Their gazes fell on Beichun Star Monarch. Beichun Star Monarch continued standing atop the steps, but his face was utterly sour, not hiding his terrible mood. The masters of the great world were filled with confusion and unease, yet no one dared to speak. After a long time, Beichun Star Monarch seemed to hear something. His expression changed. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd, saying, "Go back, reorganize your forces, and prepare for battle." Without waiting for questions, he waved his sleeves, sending them out of this realm. Once the hall was left with only him, he sighed, then took out a copper mirror from his sleeve, casting magic onto it. After a while, the mirror's surface emitted a ray of light, illuminating a figure with immortal elegance and Taoist bones. "Master, circumstances have changed." Beichun Star Monarch gritted his teeth, recounting everything that had happened. Easier than a fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The figure on the mirror was an elder in a cyan robe, with extraordinary presence. His look was as cold as that of the white-robed Daoyuo Immortal. But as Beichun Star Monarch spoke more, his brows furrowed. Beichun Star Monarch finished speaking, nervously watching the elder, waiting for him to speak. The elder remained silent for a while, then spoke. "Give up. Directly return to the celestial court to face punishment. I will intercede for you. It is at least a better outcome than after the defeat of the great immortal divine Yuan." Upon hearing this, Beichun Star Monarch's face dramatically changed. He instinctively wanted to plead, but the words stuck in his throat as he met his master's gaze. He finally swallowed his words, sighed, and bowed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, Above the Revered Immortal. The upheaval of counterattacks erupted across the 3,000 great worlds, with the great immortal divine, Yuan, drawing chaos evil demons into battle, causing all living beings across the great worlds to suffer deeply. As Xianxia, human venerable, began to counterattack, many native forces in various great worlds began to overthrow the rule of the great immortal divine Yuan. The Wuxia divine sparrow flew across the 3,000 great worlds, witnessed by countless living beings. Everyone believed that the Wuxia divine sparrow brought victory and hope. Shrines and temples dedicated to the Wuxia divine sparrow sprang up like mushrooms after rain across various realms. The Wuxia divine sparrow was bestowed numerous titles. In the years that followed, even Guan, who was far away at the Taoist field of the beginningless, could sense a unique destiny rushing toward him, which was the faith of all living beings in the Wuxia divine sparrow. The destiny born from this faith was extremely complex. It could help him enhance his cultivation level, allow him to create magical treasures, spiritual objects, and more. It could be said to be omnipotent. No wonder the immortal gods desire incense from the human world. It is worth mentioning that merit does not belong to the heavenly Tao. Guan directly stored this merit within the Wuxia divine sparrow, keeping it for later use. He didn't intend to enhance his cultivation level with the merit, but rather saved it for any unforeseen use. In the years that followed, there were no major changes in the celestial spirit great world, but the 3,000 great worlds descended into unprecedented frenzy. The more oppression inflicted by the great immortal divine Yuan, the more emotions were released by all living beings now. However, without a powerful force like Guan stepping in, Xianxia human venerable needed time to annex all the great 1,000 worlds of the great immortal divine Yuan. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. Guan sat within a bamboo grove, boiling tea while gazing at the 3,000 great worlds. After so many years of counterattacks, 60% of the great worlds had fallen under Xianxia human venerable, while the morale on the side of the great immortal divine Yuan plummeted. More and more immortal gods abandoned their support for the great immortal divine Yuan and switched to supporting Xianxia human venerable, including many new faces. Even immortal gods have a human side. Seeing that Xianxia human venerable was likely to win, many immortal gods wanted to contribute to his success. To stabilize the situation, under the persuasion of Sichuan Old Immortal, Xianxia chose to accept these immortal gods' help, even sharing benefits with them and allowing them to spread Taoism in the human world. What seemed like a battle between two sons of heaven was, for many immortal gods, a rare opportunity. Each immortal god possesses immortal authority. It's not something that can easily be exercised by descending to the mortal world to preach, which is why the previous immortal god did so by ascending dreams, as his true self could not appear. Guan watched the actions of those immortal gods, as if watching a play, while contemplating his next breakthrough plan. With such a long lifespan, he could completely improve himself in all aspects, but he felt his current Taoist techniques were already strong enough, adequate for now, since he wasn't experiencing any pressure from others in the same realm. Search * the novel F. Ire at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, upon recalling the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation encountered by Gu Xianyu, he changed his mind. No, he not only needed a higher cultivation level, but his combat power must also far surpass others in the same realm. To be invincible does not mean having no rivals one-on-one, but rather being undefeated no matter how many enemies come. Guan even started hypothesizing the possibility of multiple Celestial Emperors existing in the Celestial Court, since the position of Celestial Emperor can be inherited. What if the ancient Celestial Emperor wasn't dead? Just as Guan pondered, two figures walked out from the bamboo grove. They were in Zizai and Xianxia. Xianxia had been training outside for 3,000 years, and aside from his somewhat travel-worn appearance, His overall demeanor and vital energy showed little change. The two arrived beside Guan and bowed in greeting. And Zizai spoke. Ancestor, Xianxia has returned from his training excursion. Is there anything you'd have him do? The reason for asking this was his hope that Guan would take notice of Xianxia and personally nurture this young man. Gaining Guan's direct teachings would certainly enable him to surpass other disciples, just like in Zizai. Among those of a younger generation, there were many with talent and comprehension beyond him. Yet beneath the second-generation disciples, none could shake his standing in terms of power and status. Xianxia looked at Gu and without much excitement, appearing very composed. Guan raised his eyes to evaluate Xianxia and asked, "During this excursion, were there any tasks beyond your power?" Xianxia replied, "Yes, many. My cultivation is too weak to help many people. Some demon sects need destroying. I will cultivate properly and venture out again in the future." He didn't directly ask Gu to intervene, which made Zizai reassess him. In fact, over the years, Zizai had constantly been observing him, aware of all his experiences. Xianxia had been furious and irrational, but once he returned to the beginningless, he exhibited calmness. He wouldn't let others help enforce his will. Any regrets? Chapter 804. In the early morning, the sunlight pierced through the earth. Guan, dressed in a close-fitting white robe, walked out of the pavilion, stretching lazily under the bright sun. Today is another day full of hope. Guan sincerely sighed, harboring thoughts of a major breakthrough, an event awaited for millions of years and his happiest day, full of excitement. Even though he tried to remind himself that he was already a person of great power and should not be so excited, he couldn't help it. After thinking about it, which cultivator facing a breakthrough could remain calm? Moreover, compared to others, Guan had more confidence. He even felt that he would surely succeed in breaking through. And with such a mentality, he naturally felt more excited. Shunjin glanced at Guan from in front of the artifact refining cauldron. Without making a sound, she closed her eyes and continued practicing. After strolling in the courtyard for a while, Guan left. He walked into the woods along the mountain path, activating the lifespan breakthrough function as he walked. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, select the following breakthrough location. 1. Primal Harmony of Chaos. 2. Sea of Descent. 3. Holy Heart Path. 4. Realize Star. 5. Dao Qinglian Tree. 6. Great Dream Lost Realm. 7. Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm. 8. Final End. 9. Demon God Lake. So many new place names. This means that previously common places cannot give birth to existences higher than primordial, profound, venerable, immortal. Guan weighed the options, as some of the place names sounded dangerous. However, the lifespan breakthrough can send him to relatively safe places, at least temporarily, as long as he promptly activates the lifespan barrier. In such a case, Guan wanted to choose the broadest place possible. Search * the novel, F. Ire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan's gaze fell on the final end. This place name had appeared before, and the combination of the words final and end made his imagination run wild. Does the Great Tao truly have an end? Is there really an ultimate to the years? Or is it just a name without any significant meaning? The final end should be very vast, right? After much thought, Guan decided to take a look. Transporting to the final end requires consuming 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Despite reaching such a level, the transportation cost of lifespan breakthrough remains unchanged, which is quite fair. A long-lost dizziness hit him, making Guan close his eyes. After a while, Guan abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted. In his sight was a dark red void, endless, with barren stars of all sizes floating around. As far as the eye could see, Dark clouds seemed to be swirling at the end of the void. Everything was so oppressive. He immediately activated the lifespan barrier. As the lifespan barrier consumption prompt appeared in front of him, he relaxed. After activating the barrier, he seriously observed the final end. He discovered the Tao spiritual qi surging here was different from the spiritual energy of the heavenly Tao and chaos, filled with an agitating aura. But he had to admit, the Tao spiritual qi here was stronger. He turned around to look in all directions, but he couldn't see the supposed end in any direction. As expected, the final end is just a gimmick. Guan was secretly disappointed. Just then, his gaze fell on a corner of the void. He saw a star slowly condensing, growing larger, resembling a barren meteor, with no vegetation, no vitality. As his gaze concentrated on the star, endless cause and effect scenes poured into his eyes. This star surprisingly symbolized a great thousand world, a world containing millions of small worlds, with countless mortal worlds like Earth. However, such a magnificent great thousand world no longer existed. It was a mark left after destruction. Guan immediately looked at other barren stars. Not only the great thousand worlds, but also powerful Taoist lineages, cosmic planes, Tao domains, etc., were all marks left after being destroyed. He even saw a type of destiny, similar to the destiny of Taoist emperors and primordial Tao emperors. The destiny star conveyed multitude scenes of cause and effect, where countless cultivators pursued this destiny, dominating and spirited, but ultimately fell with its dissipation. This kind of destiny, he had never fell on the path of the great Tao, but seeing its peak, it was definitely not comparable to Taoist emperors and primordial Tao emperors. Hongmeng Venerable. Guan secretly noted the name of this destiny. Perhaps someone still remembered its existence. Now, Guan could understand what the final end was, a place independent of chaos and the heavenly Tao. From here, one couldn't feel the direction of chaos and the heavenly Tao, but whether chaos or the heavenly Tao, the mighty things after extinction left marks here. Guan couldn't understand why the final end formed as it did. The 3,000 great Taos is just a term. In reality, the great Taos are innumerable, always with unknown Tao rules existing. But he knew one thing. This place could give birth to existences surpassing the primordial, profound, venerable immortal. What an unimaginably terrifying existence could be born in such a negative and oppressive place. Guan suddenly felt that the heavenly Tao was small, and even chaos couldn't represent everything. Perhaps the celestial emperor immersing himself in reincarnation wasn't indulgence, but searching for an opportunity to break into a higher realm. Chapter 805 Breakthrough. Perfection of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Above the sea of clouds, Li Xuanmiao and the celestial destruction god flew side by side. Glancing ahead, seeing many immortal gods flying in the same direction, and the distant celestial vault was flowing with a beautiful glow. Could it be that the dark heavenly court is attacking? Li Xuanmiao asked, raising his eyebrows. In the battle for the Son of Heaven, there were shadows of dark creatures at work. He had fought against dark creatures and was filled with apprehension towards the dark heavenly court. The dark heavenly court was outside the celestial court, yet the celestial court had not taken action, indicating that they were not confident in dealing with the dark heavenly court. Once the dark heavenly court launched an attack on the celestial court, it would inevitably lead to long-term turmoil. Li Xuanmiao was eager to retreat and become stronger, not wanting to keep fighting. Probably not. The celestial order only asked us to assemble. If the dark heavenly court was attacking, Xianxia would take the lead. The celestial destruction god responded, the name Xianxia evoking wild thoughts in Li Xuanmiao. He had heard of Xianxia for years upon arriving at the celestial court, but never witnessed Kangxian's might. It is said that Xianxia is not only the will of the heavenly Tao, but also the celestial court's most powerful weapon, whose heavenly might eradicates countless evil demons. They stopped speaking and continued forward. Soon, they reached the assembly point of the immortal gods still above the sea of clouds. But this portion was gathered by countless immortal gods, some towering millions of feet tall, others suspended above like divine beasts. Looking around, it was spectacular beyond words, boundless and magnificent. Xianxia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In front of all the immortal gods, the end of the sky presented an illusory scene, seemingly leading to another cosmic plane. Inside was the chaos void, a terrifying black fog quietly surging without approaching the heavenly Tao, encircling the heaven-suppressing endless tower. Xianxia and the celestial destruction god landed among the immortal gods, secretly astounded, for even the celestial destruction god had never seen so many immortal gods assembled together. The foundation of the celestial court was truly terrifying. After a moment of reflection, Xianxia turned his gaze to the space-time entrance ahead, feeling uneasy looking at the black fog. It was clear that something extremely dangerous lay within. It seems unrelated to the dark heavenly court. Yes, there are similar glowing anomalies deep within chaos. Could it be an almighty being breaking through? What cultivation level would it take to stir chaos and the heavenly Tao? The immortal servant I left in the underworld told me there are similar phenomena there too. Speaking of which, in recent years, anomalies have been cropping up frequently. Not a good omen. If it's about breaking limits, how many powerful beings might have secretly arisen? Why are they hiding? Their intentions must be speculated upon. The immortal gods were discussing among themselves, while Xianxia quietly listened, picking up a lot of intelligence, including names of many non-celestial court forces. The world outside the celestial court was far vaster than he had imagined. The 3,000 great worlds might not be worth mentioning to the celestial court, because there are many more powerful forces and enigmatic domains worthy of its caution. What exactly will happen? Xianxia felt tense, his gaze tightly fixed on the chaotic scene far ahead. An hour later, the glow on the celestial vault began to fade, allowing all the immortal gods to breathe a sigh of relief. However, not long after, the celestial vault displayed countless lightning bolts like snakes silently intertwining. At first glance, the vault seemed to fracture instantly, terrifying, causing the recently relaxed immortal gods to tense up again. The previous glow phenomenon, though attracting the attention of beings across realms, did not appear frightening, so the realms remained relatively peaceful. But with the emergence of new anomalies, all living beings were scared. Even the various battlegrounds of the Son of Heaven conflict were disturbed. All forces were investigating the source of the anomaly, especially the celestial court, but to no avail. Final end. Floating in the void, Gun opened his eyes, his left pupil deep red, right pupil silver blue, seemingly harboring two lotus flowers. He exhaled a breath of impure air. His infinite eternal Tao technique had been upgraded to the infinite supreme merging Tao skill, consuming nearly 20 trillion years of lifespan. Tao Qi eternal divine sense was upgraded to the mind-only Tao Qi divine technique, consuming nearly 4 trillion years of lifespan. This was his critical Taoist technique for hiding cultivation level, indispensable, still enhancing his divine soul and Qi blood. The 3,000 slaying Tao swords were upgraded to the no death, no life heaven slaying sword, consuming nearly 3 trillion years of lifespan. The great primordial celestial net step was upgraded to the Hongmeng 3,000 steps, consuming nearly 8 trillion years of lifespan. This step technique shifted from shuttle divine power to attack divine power, annihilating a Tao in one step, after 3,000 steps, rendering all Taoist techniques and cultivation of the enemy into nothingness. I don't know either, but with such a vast range, it shouldn't pose a threat to us. If the heavens fell, the celestial court would hold it up. Guan shook his head and smiled. He had already broken through successfully. Unlike before, he had broken through to the perfection realm in one go. But the anomalies of this realm were truly terrifying. Even after his breakthrough ended, they hadn't dispersed, influencing all heavens and myriad realms. At this moment, he had already stepped into a higher tier. Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, Perfection Realm. While conversing with everyone, he was also meticulously sensing the changes in himself, genuinely delightful, making it impossible for him to hide his smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806. Integrating into the Great Tao Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, a transcendent existence surpassing the primordial, profound, venerable immortal. Just how powerful is this realm? Simply put, in Gu An's eyes, the entire heavenly Tao no longer holds any mystery. Both the past and the future are in his sight. He saw the birth of the heavenly Tao, indeed initiated by supremely powerful existence. He saw the end of the heavenly Tao, likewise concluded by supremely powerful being. Not only that, he leaps out of cause and effect, and no one can find his past or future. Even if they visit the past or future of his acquaintances, he remains unseen. In the realm of merging Tao, he can integrate himself into the great Tao, coexisting with and enduring alongside the Tao. How can the Tao perish? In a certain sense, as long as he merges with the Tao, he will not die, which is true longevity and immortality. Even if he just steps into the early stage of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, he transcends everything, eternally carefree, and upon reaching the perfection realm, Guan feels his physical body has become indistinguishable from the Tao. This is an incomparably perfect realm, so powerful that it defies description with words. Indeed, the celestial court is no pushover. I've heard the struggle for the Son of Heaven isn't over yet. Could these anomalies be related to that struggle? Very likely. There's a Son of Heaven sending chaos, evil demons into battle, truly resorting to any means. I hope the struggle for the Son of Heaven ends soon. I can't focus on my seclusion, afraid an enemy might invade at any moment. What you say sounds amusing. Do you really need to protect heaven and earth? An Xian, celestial demon child, celestial Cyan, and others discussed in the courtyard. With Gu An's words present, their mindset became relaxed, even shifting their topic to the struggle for the Son of Heaven. Gu then looked up. Though standing in this tiny courtyard, his vision could overlook the entirety of the heavenly Tao. He saw the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor sat at the highest point of the celestial court, and throughout the range of the heavenly Tao, there were more than 10 million reincarnation bodies of his, some distributed in the past, others experiencing the future, with endless insights into the Tao flowing into his true body through cause and effect. In that highest palace, dark and silent, the Celestial Emperor supported his head with his hand, seemingly resting, yet his posture radiated the most terrifying aura, as if nothing could disturb him. Even the phenomena caused by Gu An's breakthrough couldn't make him open his eyes. Guan could sense that the Celestial Emperor was also a Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. A young male disciple approached Guan, glanced at him suspiciously, and spoke, "My ancestor wishes to see you. Please follow me in." In the young disciple's eyes, Guan was indeed astonishingly handsome, yet by his aura, he seemed but an ordinary celestial and earthly immortal. How could such a cultivation merit a personal audience with his ancestor? Though full of confusion, he dared not be careless. Guan smiled with a nod, then followed him through the stone gate. Passing through the gate, the heavens abruptly changed before him. The mountain ranges continued, yet each peak housed pavilions, palaces, pagodas, and every mountaintop shone with rays of light, akin to an immortal land. Under the guidance of the young disciple, Guin flew toward the most majestic giant mountain. Along the way, passing disciples greeted the young disciple, clearly indicating his esteemed status in this little world. After a while, the two landed before a palace at the mountain summit, where the heavens were not seen overhead, but instead a vast starry sky. "Our ancestor is inside. You may enter on your own." The young disciple gestured with his hand, and Guin nodded, then opened the palace doors and walked in. Once the doors closed, the young disciple withdrew his gaze, turned, and flew down the mountain, his mind pondering the origins of Guin. Could this person be a descendant of the ancestor? Inside the palace, the sight was bright. Spirit mist drifted along the ground. As Guin walked, he glanced at the stone pillars along the path and began to chant. Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, void crossing, fusion, Xuanxin, Mahayana, nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, celestial and earthly immortals, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Tao void profound immortal, divine thought true immortal, free immortal, Taoist Zong Zizai immortal, profound Yuan free immortal, heaven encompassing free immortal, innate golden immortal. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guin's voice echoed within the hall, and upon finishing, he looked ahead and grinned. For realms beyond innate golden immortal, do you need me to inscribe them on the pillar? Following his gaze, a figure stood atop distant steps. It was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had her hands behind her. Fixing her gaze on Guin, she calmly spoke. With your capability, you could have come directly, yet you had me send someone to invite you. It seems you relish pretending to be weak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.